think it's a sense of enjoyment, being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we call the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
Hi, my name's Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. Get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thank you for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
All right, thank you so much. And welcome to Skyway Lofts, formerly 65 units, now 131 affordable housing units for our city's hardest working families. My name's Scott McDonald, a principal with Blue Sky Communities, and I want to welcome everyone here today. I'd like to start off by recognizing the dignitaries that are with us. Mayor Kenneth Welch. Council Chair Lizette Hanowitz. Councilman Mike Harding, and County Commissioner Renee Flowers. Is there anyone I missed? Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to invite our Vice President of Asset Management, Brad Bartlett, up, who's a veteran of the Army National Guard, to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brad, thank you so much. The Skyway Loft sits in the Skyway Marina District, and I want to take a second and talk a little bit about the district before we get going. I think this area represents what can happen when state and county and city and local interest groups come together to really revitalize an area. Over the last 5 years since we first put a shovel in the ground across the street at Skyway Lofts, the changes have been incredible. Thousands of units, improved transportation, commercial, like Zaxby's, a Starbucks, and a Sprouts Market. It's extremely exciting what's happened here. But I think what I'm most excited about is with all this growth, through the hard work of many people in this room, we've been able to preserve affordability in the Skyway Marina District, and that's something we should all be proud of. And that's growth that's hopefully going to continue to happen, but the affordability will not be pushed out. The land under all three of these buildings will be affordable in perpetuity, and that's extremely exciting. The team that came together to make Skyway Lofts occur is truly a public-private partnership, all the way from the federal level down to the city level, and there's a lot of people in this room without whom that could not have happened, and I want to thank them. St. Pete was really at the forefront of setting aside ARPA dollars to go towards affordable housing, almost $50 million, in fact. And Blue Sky was fortunate enough to be entrusted with 2 awards. The first was for Bear Creek Commons that we opened last year, and here at Skyway Lofts Phase 2. I want to take a second and just thank the City of St. Pete and the staff, Rob Gertis, Amy Foster, Mark Van Loo, Avery Sliker, I think I saw, and the whole staff. The administration of federal funds and state funds that they take care of is a huge responsibility, and getting those dollars out the door to make sure that they go to work for the citizens of St. Petersburg. So I want to thank them so much for everything they do. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mayor Ken Welch.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? What a fantastic day, and I'm so honored to be here. We prepare to cut the ribbon on 66 additional new affordable homes right here in St. Petersburg. Now, as Scott said, it wasn't that long ago when we cut the ribbon for Skyway Lofts 1, and although I live in the neighborhood, I literally live 3 stop signs away. And although I lost my shortcut to Dunkin' Donuts, I was upset about that. But we were so excited to partner with Blue Sky and all the other partners to make this a reality. And as we finished Skyway Lofts 1, we looked out at what was then a vacant lot, or used to be a Ponderosa here back in the day, right, Commissioner? But we looked at this and we said, can we? And the answer is yes, we can, and yes, we did. Today we celebrate the completion of Skyway Lofts 2. And this is an important moment for our city. As Scott said, it reflects the power of partnership and vision and intentional focus on the critical issue of truly affordable housing. As part of our city's Housing Opportunities for All program, the City of St. Petersburg is proud to invest $6.5 million to help turn this vision into a reality. And as Scott said, in perpetuity. I want to thank our council for your strong partnership. Thank you, Scott, for recognizing the best housing team in the business in our St. Pete housing staff. Y'all stand up. I want to identify you. Doctor, get up. I know you hate it. Where's Amy? Well, since you didn't stand, I have to call you out, Administrator Foster, as well. They just do such innovative work, and they're always focused on the goal. These 66 homes will serve residents, and you've got some information in your handouts. For residents earning between 22% and 80% of area median income. That is folks making $6.50 an hour up to $22 an hour. So that is real affordable housing right here in the midst of all this market rate development that we're seeing and proud to have. That means working families, seniors, and individuals who are essential to the strength and vibrancy of our community. Skyway Lofts 2 was thoughtfully designed to meet real needs. These homes are both beautiful and functional. That's why I love working with Blue Sky. These homes are supported by amenities that truly enhance the quality of life, an outdoor play area, a library, and computer space, a fitness center, and bike parking. And the fact that this community is already at full occupancy shows how critical investments like this are and will continue to be. Across our city and county, we're seeing impactful housing projects take shape, and one thing they all have in common is partnership, and I want to end on this. Skyway Lofts 2 is no exception. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, TD Bank, the Pinellas County Commission, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Raymond James Affordable Housing, and everyone who played a role in bringing this almost $25 million development to life. And so today we celebrate real progress, and tomorrow we will keep moving forward. And to the Skyway Lofts 2 residents, welcome to your new home. We are St. Pete. God bless you.
Mayor, thank you so much for being here and being at phase 1 as well. So
I noticed you still have all your hair and no gray hair. I need your help.
if you look closely, there's a couple gray hairs that come in with every one of these projects. Before we move on to our next speaker, I want to take a second and acknowledge some of the private funders in the room that the mayor just mentioned. One of Blue Sky's core values is stewardship of public dollars, and we hold that near and dear to our hearts. And one of the ways that we do that is to leverage the public dollars that go into these communities with as many private ones as possible to extend how far those dollars go. Raymond James Affordable Housing Investments was responsible for purchasing the low-income housing tax credits that funded this property. Raymond James, obviously based here in St. Petersburg, they actually are officed in the same complex we are, and they are one of our most valued relationships. I was totaling it up, and we have now invested over $500 million together in affordable housing across the state of Florida. So, thank you. TD Bank was the investor through Raymond James, and they also provided the construction loan for Skyway Lofts 2. And Raymond James Bank, another local institution, will provide the permanent loan that will remain with the property for the next 15 years. So thank you very much. Next up, we have newly elected Chair Hanowitz. And before I bring her up, I just want to thank her for the time she spent with me and the interest that she has shown in learning more about affordable housing so we can make a difference in this city.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is such a wonderful day today. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. And I must also thank my colleagues who are also the reason why you're here, because it doesn't just take one vote to make this happen. It takes a majority, and this was unanimous. And that is a testament to the work that Blue Sky Communities does in our community. The ribbon cutting, by the way, that was mentioned earlier was one of my first ones as a city council member for Sky Lofts. And this is one of the first ones I have as a city council chair. So it's especially meaningful to me. And I can't believe how lucky we are to have Blue Sky Communities in our community doing this meaningful work. It is a full circle moment and a reminder that progress happens in phases. And today's ribbon cutting marks a very special phase, one that brings people home. And as been mentioned before, we have 60 new affordable homes. That adds a total of 131 affordable units in the Skyway Marina District, which has changed drastically since I first came to the first ribbon cutting. Just like was mentioned, these homes are reserved for households earning less than 80% or less of the area median income and will remain affordable for perpetuity. And I have to emphasize that, perpetuity. It means forever, a very long time. That permanence matters because public dollars are best invested in solutions that are built to last. So I'm very proud that the city of St. Petersburg stewarded $6.5 million of ARPA funds alongside with Pinellas County's $3.4 million in investment to bolster significant private and nonprofit financing of this $22.9 million project. Because when public, private, and nonprofit partners align around shared goals, we can actually deliver real outcomes. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Commission, Pinellas County Housing Financing Authority, TD Bank, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and Raymond James for your partnership and dedication in bringing this project to life. We may be celebrating a building, but at the end of the day, this is about people, and it's about ensuring that individuals and families can afford to live in what they call their community, and this city, St. Petersburg. It's about creating stable housing to support stable lives. So congratulations to everyone that made this project a reality, and to the St. Petersburg residents who are going to call this their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a second and talk a little bit about the team that came together to make this community a reality. Teamwork is another core value at Blue Sky, and that means not only our team within Blue Sky, but also the external partners that we work with. So the ones that came together for this property was civil engineer High Point Engineering. The architect was Place Architecture and Tim Clemens from St. Petersburg. General contractor Park and Eliezer. Landscape architect Dark Moss. And our sister company Carteret Property Management, who will really keep these buildings community assets for hopefully as long as Blue Sky owns them. And we have the utmost confidence that they will, because they have on every building that they've done that with in the city of St. Petersburg, and we're so thankful to call them our partners. And last but not least, I want to take a second and recognize the Blue Sky team. There's about 20 of us, and every single one of them has a hand in every project that we do, and it's truly an honor of mine to work beside you every day to create assets such as this. Before I introduce our last speaker, I just want to talk about Pinellas County a little bit further. As both the mayor and Chair Hanowitz stated, they invested $3.4 million of penny funds in Skyway Lofts 2. That came in the form of $1.4 million for vertical costs and construction costs here, and $2 million for the purchase of the land underneath this building. And I want to take a second and thank the staff at Pinellas County, Bruce Bussey, Stephanie Raymond, and Sherry Harris that administered those vertical funds, and Catherine Driver with the Pinellas County HFA, who administered the funds to purchase the land here. And with that, I would like to introduce Commissioner Renee Flowers.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to recap some of the things that was said. They stole my thunder by sharing how much money we gave. You know, I could spend $1, can't I? But about 4 years ago, we were just across the street celebrating the number of units that were going to open over there so that residents would have a safe, clean, and affordable place to live, to call home. And today we have an opportunity to put into the fold 66 more units. And while we know that that does not put a significant dent in the needs of our community, we know that we are well on our way to make sure that we are working extremely hard to put a roof over the heads of those who not only want one, but deserve. I am so grateful for the Advantage Housing Pack that the city of St. Petersburg and other municipalities are a part of, along with the county. Instead of fighting over projects and fighting over land, we've come together and pooled our resources. And that's why just not long ago, you guys were up in Ridgecrest dedicating units for our senior population, who are also finding it very difficult to find a place to live and remain in our community. One of the other concerns that we've had is allowing individuals to stay in the heart of where they grew up at. Projects such as this, for individuals earning $16,000 a year. Wrap your head around that. $16,000 a year does not adequately take care of a family during these economic times. That's 22% of area medium household income that a person will be paying to live here in these particular units and the units that are to come. That is huge. I don't know if you've been able to grasp the significance of that. We're talking about people who are on Social Security. We're talking about families who receive SNAP benefits, temporary assistance to needy families, and are still working a 40-hour-a-week job just to make ends meet. I am forever and eternally grateful for the residents of Pinellas County who thought it not robbery years ago to vote for the Penny for Pinellas. We are doing exactly what we said we would do with your tax dollars. And that's important, especially in a time when individuals are looking for elected officials to keep their word, to be honest, and to be true to the residents who voted for them and put them in office. And I believe the partnership between the county and the city is strong. I am forever grateful for the city council members, as well as the mayor, all of the staff. I have to throw in a name, though he's not here, and that's Tom Almonte, who is over the housing department with the county. They knew that coming in, housing was my heart and soul. It has been for a long time, having grown up in Jordan Park and knowing what it is like to have people look down on you because you need a little help and a little support to be able to make your ends meet and have a place to live. So I don't want to forget him and the staff that's here from the county. Again, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Dave Eggers, who is our chair, and Commissioner Chris Latvala, our vice chair, Barry Burton, the administrator, and the remainder of my colleagues. Thank you all so very much. And I have to say, it is an honor for us to be able to be a part of Blue Sky Communities.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for highlighting something very important and kind of bringing it full circle to how we started talking about this project in this district. You know, Forward Pinellas and the city of St. Petersburg both worked hard to make sure that this district came to a reality, and the county was willing to step up here and put dollars into the city, and they continue to do that. And a lot of places that we work around the state, you don't see that kind of collaboration, and that's something that's incredibly important and valuable here, and I don't take for granted. So thank you very much. That pretty much concludes our presentation for today. I want to thank all the speakers and everyone in attendance for helping us celebrate today. And before you depart, we will be cutting the ribbon out front, so I'd like to ask all of the speakers and dignitaries to join me out front. We have refreshments in the club room, and then we'll be gathering by the elevator to in case anybody wants to tour a unit. So thank you very much, and travel safe.
I might take my little
was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold be on anyone because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, There were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. So the NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African-American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation, and we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have 1 African-American chief now, and they had 1 previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did, help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
Today we cut the ribbon for Bayou Courts, a mixed income apartment complex here in South St. Pete. The great part of this story is that this originally was going to be all market rate, but in partnership with Gravel Road and with the county, we were able to have 60 units here with a good mix of units that are affordable to folks making less than average incomes.
One of the cool parts about this project is it was specifically geared towards teachers, city workers, county workers, the people that run our area, the people that are educating our children. This is the place for them, and they made it a place that's welcoming, that's beautiful.
It tends to be the case that a lot of the folks that work in those jobs qualify for these projects, and most times they don't know that they actually qualify. But what we're talking about is a subset of affordable that truly serves that missing middle.
Already 21 of the units have already been rented out. So this is a great example of how we work together, how we can have affordable housing.
Seeing is the hard work really coming to fruition now, but also you're still seeing shovels go in the ground. I think that's the most important thing. We started to get the momentum. What you're seeing now is the ball actually rolling. We got to keep pushing, make sure that that momentum continues.
We'll persevere and make sure that we have that affordable housing that makes us the inclusive community we are.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, There were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete. on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, you know, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. You know, the nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a teen gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month. And that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, like, I kind of just became like their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's got, this makes complete sense.
Last year, Milton was really, really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I say, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only gonna get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow. I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for.
Today it was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they are all come together, create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
Hi, my name is Megan Orlando. I'm the Emergency Management Specialist for the Office of Emergency Management in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here to talk about Alert Pinellas. Alert Pinellas is our emergency notification tool. That's how we get our emergency notifications out to the public and to our communities. Alert Pinellas can distribute a wide range of notifications, watches and warnings for tornadoes, storm surge, high winds. It can alert for shelter evacuations, for boil water notices, and hazardous materials incidents. You can register for Alert Pinellas using the link on the screen. You can register with your email, with text messages, or to receive a phone call. Pro tip, you can add the Alert Pinellas phone number to your phone, so that way you know when you're getting a call from us. Opting into Alert Pinellas is the best way to ensure that you receive emergency notifications from your partners at the City of St. Pete and Pinellas County. Every storm creates its unique hazards, so follow city socials to stay up to date on the most important information.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and our conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
Welcome everyone to the Public Services and Infrastructure Committee meeting of April 23rd, 2026. Clerk, could I have a roll call?
Edowitz.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Floyd. Here. Gertis.
Here.
We have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the April 9th, 2026 minutes.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we have new business. This is going to be a full meeting again. We're set to end this meeting at 11:45. The first part, we have the update on Albert Whitted Airport hangar. This is a continued conversation from last time. And then we have the update on the municipal marina design, which there is a lot of information on. So we'll start on the first one. So with the presentations, just keep in mind, we're going to have questions, and we have another segment. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hanowitz, Vice Chair Harding. Thanks for inviting us to update you on the airport. Yes, we will get right to it. We won't delay at all. So as you know, we did have damage at Albert Whitted Airport from Hurricane Milton. This is our pre-storm hangar inventory based by each hangar. But in summary, prior to Hurricane Milton, we could accommodate 202 aircraft through 101 small aircraft hangars, 65 small aircraft tie-downs, 22 small corporate hangars, and 14 medium corporate hangars. Following Hurricane Milton, which destroyed hangars, T-hangar buildings 5, 6, and 9, which you'll see there on the right, we were able to put additional interim tie downs down on the ground. So the current or post-storm inventory, still 202 aircraft accommodated, but differently through 81 small aircraft hangars, 97 tie downs, small aircraft tie downs, 10 small corporate hangars, and 14 medium corporate hangars. So in going through this and learning, I wanted to understand what that actually meant, what that could accommodate. So I'm going to have Rich Lesniak, our airport manager of 22 plus years, go over what that means aircraft-wise.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Yeah, you may remember when we did this initial presentation a few months back, we went over some foundational things about aircraft hangars. One thing we did not cover was the basic fleet mix at the airport. And certainly when you're building or developing hangars, one of the key things is determining what you want to accommodate or what type of aircraft. So these are very generic categories just to kind of get you to understand the basics. But small aircraft, we're talking single engine, reciprocating engines, 4-seater, maybe 6 at the top. And these are the most common type at the airport. Next level is small corporate. Now we're getting into aircraft that may be twin engines. They also may start having turbine engines, meaning they take jet fuel, pressurized cabins. And now we're getting 6, maybe 8 seats. And then on the high end, we have medium corporate. This is going to be the small and mid-sized corporate jets and other types. Certainly saying medium corporate, that means there is a large corporate, which is like Gulfstreams and stuff, but because of our runway lengths, this is about the max size that we can accommodate at the airport. Also, we do get a decent amount of helicopters, the Robinson 44 for air tours, aerial photography, traffic reporting is very common, and then of course the Eurocopter, like Bayflight and all children's hospitals is also very common. And then finally the Pilatus PC-12. This is the most common type of corporate aircraft at the airport. I think at one time we may have had at least a half dozen based on the field. And essentially, again, turbine, maybe 10-seater, but size-wise, it's probably more in line with like the medium corporate because of its wingspan and tail height. So.
Thank you, Rich. So with that foundation, we'll revisit the options that we had talked about prior. So as far as rebuilding, well, we've been looking at 3 different options. Although it doesn't say it, this is option 1, which is to, in essence, just rebuild the hangars as they were before. Obviously, newer, stronger, built to current code, but the same configuration, same aircraft mix. So easy enough on that one. Option 2 follows the Southwest Hangar Redevelopment Project, which is included in the airport master plan. So with that, Hangar 9 remains the same, but hangars 5 and 6, which you'll see kind of outlined in a little bit in the red dash, those are reoriented north-south and accommodate a little bit of a different fleet mix. And then option 3, which we talked about, was more of the corporate hangar mix, which was brought to us by a private investment group that I think you all are aware of. So with those 3 options in mind, and again, we're going through, this is the inventory comparison of what could be accommodated on the airfield with each of those options. So we're kind of taking the post-storm out, even though it's in there. But the biggest difference you'll see between sort of the pre-storm, the option 2, and the option 3, you'll see that the small corporate hangars, depending on which option we went to, could change significantly. The medium corporate hangars could stay the same, could change significantly, and then the small aircraft hangars changes fairly significantly from pre-storm to post-storm. So that's just a quick run through of that. And then obviously when we're looking at what we want to replace, there are many considerations that go into it. Financial, the construction costs, including potential FEMA and state reimbursement, which we would have if the city were to develop it. Revenue generation is always an important factor. Currently the airport is not subsidized, but it's not a giant moneymaker either, so revenue generation is important, and hangar rent revenue is the largest piece of revenue for the airport. And then the city's long-term return on investment, and then the non-financial considerations, the vision and the master plan. Albert Woodard Airport is a general aviation airport, which is defined by the FAA as a public use airport that does not have scheduled service or has less than 2,500 annual passenger boardings. As Rich has taught me, there are two sort of general aviation airport visions: a neighborhood community airport or an executive type airport. Albert Woodard has been a beautiful combination of those two over the years, and I think that's what we would like to continue to have. So looking at the fleet mix, small versus corporate airport, aircraft, I think we all know individual pilots and what that individual or small aircraft mix is at the airport. And with corporate aircraft, there is an opportunity for additional economic development, additional jet fuel sales, potential business recruitment, potential job creation with the folks that manage those aircraft and such. So those are all the considerations that go into, which option we ultimately end up going with. And then, as I mentioned, or as we talked about, the city was approached by a group of private aircraft owners represented by Walt Driggers and Joel Giles, who very generously offered to build new private hangars. They would build and maintain those hangars at their own cost in return for a 25-year lease with a 25-year option. There is a 25-year limit on leases on the airport property currently. They estimated their construction cost to be about $13 million for 43,000 plus square foot hangar made of a precast Durastress concrete with a 75-year structural life. So a very sturdy hangar, plus an 11-unit T-hangar building. And they would build that, maintain that, and then pay to the city a land lease payment in line with our current land lease rates. That would net the airport approximately $3.5 million over 25 years and approximately $10.7 million over 50 years. And that's including, I think, a 3% escalator in what the current land lease payments are. So when we received that proposal, James Corbett, Rich Lesniak, and I took kind of a quick look at the numbers and realized that with the pre-storm, under the pre-storm conditions, with the hangar rent that we were getting, 70% of what Shelter brings in, the city was on track to receive $6.9 million over 25 years and $21.5 million over 50 years using a 3% escalator, again, which is typical to what we do on the airport as far as hangar rents. Now, I will recognize that does not include city maintenance costs and things, but those mainly are incorporated or taken over by Shelter. That's part of their 30% payment percentage management fee that they receive. So we went back to Mr. Driggers and Mr. Giles and asked if the private investor group would consider any type of revenue sharing. And they were very clear that they were not able to participate in any type of revenue sharing. So with that, we delved more deeply into what city construction could potentially look like for all three options. So we did look at that. This is just a really high level. So we looked at option one. We had about a $6 million construction cost. Option two, again, the one that's in the master plan, a little bit different, an $11.7 million construction cost. And option three, we want to get their $13 million construction cost, but our architects and engineers said that would be about a $25.5 million construction cost. For potential FEMA reimbursement, between FEMA and the state, they match about 87.5%, or reimburse about 87.5% in total, so $5.22 million. We kept that number constant for all three options. although we might be able to receive additional reimbursement for hardening, mitigation, things like that, we didn't want to take that for granted. We wanted to be very conservative in what we thought our reimbursement could be. And then you see what the net cost of construction, approximate net cost of construction would be to the city for each option. The gross revenues are on the bottom are actually, I do believe those are the 100%, not the 70% that the city is, but you can in essence just see what the hangar revenue would be. And I do want to just point out that we have applied for and we've received an extension from FEMA, so we are good through October 10th, 2028. So we're good there. Let's see. So, since that is the end of my financial capabilities, we recruited and enlisted Tom Green and Erica Langens to look more deeply into what those look like from a financing perspective and whatnot. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom to talk the numbers.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Beth, and good morning, committee. This first slide just kind of outlines the list of assumptions, and Beth talked about some of them, but we approach this from the perspective of if we had to externalize the debt, meaning we had to borrow money to complete the project, what would that look like? So a couple of assumptions that we used. First of all, we used a 15-year amortization on taxable borrowing. We have to borrow on a taxable basis at the airport because we have a fixed-based operator out there. It's a private party. We wouldn't be able to finance this on a tax-exempt basis. So the interest rate is a little higher than what we would normally borrow, probably 150 basis points or 100 basis points higher than what we would typically borrow at on a tax-exempt basis. So you see that at 5.25%. As Beth indicated, we assumed that the reimbursement from FEMA, the $5.220 million, would be consistent in any scenario. So we wanted to hold that constant understanding that that's probably the area in which we'll get reimbursed from FEMA in the state of Florida to replace those hangars. But as Beth pointed out, we could potentially, if we're hardening it, there might be some additional, but we did not want to include that in our forecast. And this is interesting in that in these scenarios, the three scenarios, initially the airport revenue wouldn't be sufficient to cover the estimated debt service. So there would have to be some support from the general fund. So you see on the next couple of slides that there would be, after the loan is paid off, there would be resources from the airport back to the general fund to repay the support from the general fund. So it's kind of a hybrid of things happening here. And then the last assumption that we have here on the slide is that we assumed that revenues would become available in 2027, or the lease revenues from the completed project would be available for debt service. So on the next slide, and this is a little busy here, but I'll take a stab at kind of explaining what we've done. So on this slide, this is option one for $6 million. We assumed we borrowed $6 million on a taxable basis, and that we would pay off that debt service using first the revenues generated from the project at the airport, and then some general fund support. We built in that $5.2 million from FEMA to come in over a period of 3 years, which reduces the carry cost as you're paying down some of the principal on the loan. And so the net result, as you can see here, is that we forecast that in the first 12 years of this financing mechanism, that all the airport revenue that is generated from the project would have to be used to repay the loan or repay the general fund for its support. And at the bottom of the table, you can see that we estimate debt service on the external loan of $1.5 million coming from the airport. We show $1.866 million coming from the general fund. And then we also, keep in mind, we would have $5.22 million coming from FEMA to pay off that loan. And then you see as we go out in 2039, effectively in 2039 there's $72,000 that would be needed to repay the general fund. But in 2040, all the resources that would be collected from rents are kind of the return on investment, or kind of the gross economic benefit in that scenario. And now if we go to the next slide, I'm sorry, Beth, go back for just 1 second. And then we did forecast out 50 years for the gross revenue collected from the project. And you can see the gross economic benefit of $23.8 million over a 50-year period. That's after we pay off all the debt service on the external note and the resources due back to the general fund.
And to clarify, Tom, this is based on the city's portion.
Oh, that's right. It's the 70% that we get from the gross revenue of the leasing of the facility. Did the same exact exercise for the $11.7 million project, and as you can see here, the requirements on the debt service, both on the external loan and then payment back to the general fund is 24 years, and you see that at the end of the day, the gross economic benefit over a 50-year time period is $21.5 million. And so, but like I said, we did the exact same exercise here with $11 million loan, FEMA payments coming in over a 3-year period to retire some of the principal. But you can see the impact of $6 million versus almost a $12 million borrowing. It effectively doubles the time period for which we have to repay either the general fund or the external loan. And then on the $25.5 million, you can really see that this the entire first 25 years, the revenue generated from the leasing of those hangars would have to be used to pay debt service on the external debt or the general fund. But then in years 26 through 70 or 26 through 50, you do see that there is positive cash flow here and the gross economic benefit of $47.5 million on that. But again, it is a larger borrowing up front and a longer term to repay that. And I think that concludes kind of the high-level economic benefit over a 50-year period for the 3 different scenarios.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much, because I could not have done that. So with that information and particularly the last 3 slides, we spoke together, and we do believe that moving forward with a city-funded option 2 would be our recommendation. It does advance the recommendations in the airport master plan. It does increase the number of small corporate jets from 22 pre-storm to 35 post-storm. So that takes into consideration those economic development benefits we spoke about earlier as far as fuel sales and business recruitment. It maintains the medium corporate hangar space at 14 aircraft, and the master plan does have future development for additional medium corporate hangars, so that's not left out. It just would be further down in the master plan. It provides a potential hangar rent revenue to the city of $21.5 million over the 50 years. And it keeps the hangar space accessible to the public, either through our fixed base operator or less likely through a direct city lease. So that's our hangar update. We do have just a couple of slides on the master plan update, which was also on the referral list. So if we'd like to do those couple of slides and then take questions, or do you want to?
I think we need to just do this real quick, just because we're short on time. Because you mentioned option 3. I know Joe Giles is here. If you have, could you just, I'll give you a few minutes for rebuttal and some of the things that were said to make sure if there are anything that you want to add. I don't know if anyone else is here to speak on number 2, but I know that number 3 was mentioned. So Joel, if you want to come up, and I'll let you address some of the things that were said, and if you have any comments.
Thank you. I do have a few comments. First, a detail. Walt and I represent a newly created, not-for-profit charitable organization called Albert Whitted Airport Improvement Corporation. Its charter is to assist the city with Albert Whitted Airport and make Albert Whitted Airport a better, more functional airport for the citizens of the city. We have some constraints, but the proposal fits those constraints. I mean, it takes the form it does because of those constraints. The option for the city, I mean, we really appreciate the staff's time and effort in analyzing the three options because it's required us to sharpen our thinking about the proposal. But these three options are really an apples to oranges comparison. They compare something that is real, that can happen starting today, with two theoretical things. The real choice of the city is between having a hangar soon or not having a hangar at all. And the hangar that the city will have will be a really fantastic improvement over the destroyed hangars or anything else that's on the airport now. Because what we're proposing to build is two precast concrete hangars that will be designed to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. The doors will withstand a 3-foot flood for 4 hours. So these are highly resilient hangars of a kind that we've never seen before at Albert Whitted. They come at a cost. The city estimates that the revenue opportunity off of new hangars is $36 million. The cost of construction of these hangars with Skanska, you're very familiar with Skanska, with Skanska doing the construction is 13, but the debt service is going to be 31.5 over 25 years. Taxes, insurance, operations, maintenance bring the total up to $47.5 million. So the cost of constructing the hangars and carrying the hangars for 25 years far exceeds the revenue opportunity off of those hangars. But we have a group of aircraft owners who are so anxious to have resilient hangars at Albert Whitted Airport that they're willing to pay those costs. The city, during the 25-year initial term of the lease, will get ground lease rent at fair market value, and it will get, at the end of the lease term and hopefully a renewal, 2 fantastic hangars that the city will not otherwise have the opportunity to get. So we would very respectfully request that this committee recommend to the full city council that the city proceed as expeditiously as possible with the replacement of destroyed hangars 5, 6, and 9. That the replacement hangars be designed to withstand a Category 5 hurricane like those proposed by Albert Whitted Airport Improvement Corporation. That the city accept the proposal from Albert Whitted Airport Improvement Corporation and enter into a ground lease similar to the ground leases for the previous private hangar construction at Albert Whitted Airport. There are 2 for large hangars and 8 more for porta-ports. If the city has FEMA or other funds to construct a hangar, that hangar be constructed on one of the 18 other sites that will be available for hangar construction according to the Airport Master Plan. Airport Master Plan currently shows 21 hangar sites. We're proposing to use 3 of those 21. And that if the FBO or any other private party wants to construct hangars, that those hangars be constructed on one of those other sites.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to allow for committee members to ask questions of both of you. I'm sure whatever you have on your mind that you want to say, it'll probably come up in questions. So with that being said, committee members. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, just a couple qualifying questions, and then I'm gonna be quiet and listen to my colleagues. But outside of some outliers, it looks like in general the airport transfers approximately $220,000 a year, including this year's budget, back to the general fund.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And that, I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilmember, that's to repay our outstanding support or past support that we had given to the airport for various CIP-type projects.
It's repayment of a debt to the general fund.
The transfers for airport capital aren't the transfers you're talking about? The transfer back to the general fund is that?
The transfer to the general fund is repaying previous support from the general fund to the airport fund. It's their outstanding loan.
It's a loan from the general fund. Okay.
Correct.
And then assuming nothing happens, we are going to continue to do that today. I mean, it was in 2026 budget. We didn't have revenue from the hangars. I'm assuming 2027 will be the same. Operating budget hasn't come out yet, but
that's correct.
Yeah, there's a few more years, I believe, before that loan would be paid off.
Okay. And then, so Beth, talk to me about the difference of what you're wanting to do in option 2 and what Mr. Giles just explained in option 3. Can you just kind of give me like a 30,000 foot difference of the two?
Yeah, and I'll probably ask Rich to jump in, but it's in essence it's a different fleet mix primarily. So do you want to talk about the details,
Sure.
Well,
Rich?
Yeah. It's 3 buildings compared to 2, right? And the 2 buildings hold larger aircraft.
They hold larger aircraft, and the overall capacity storage of 3 is much more than 2 would be. 2 is somewhat similar to the original, but it does have slightly larger hangars, so it does accommodate a more flexible fleet mix than what was there before, whereas option 3 kind of really utilizes the whole space, and the whole space basically becomes a hangar, so it radically increases the capacity, and thereby the ability to store the largest of that fleet mix now could be accommodated there, which right now under option 1 or option 2, you wouldn't be able to get to that level, if that makes sense.
And then can you talk about the difference, if there is any? I don't know. Again, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yep, absolutely.
And so talk to me about the difference in the resiliency of the building.
Sure. So the 2 buildings that were destroyed, 5 and 6, they were built in the 1960s, first off. They were the oldest T-hangar units. T-hangar building number 9 was built in 1980s. There's 2 other T-hangars that were built in 2021. They did sustain damage, but the damage was due to the 3 buildings being broken apart and the structural members being launched, and it penetrated the building. But the 2 buildings that were built in 21, fairly standard hangar construction, actually held up pretty well.
Okay.
The cost estimate that we got for the $25 million for that option 3, our AE, basically that was using standard metal building, steel building construction, but that included site costs, it included the fire suppression system, utility hookups, all those soft costs, all those things that would be required in it. My understanding is the concrete that they're talking about, because steel prices are a little higher, it's a little more, but not much more now than it used to be, because again, steel prices have gone up. But still, it's going to be probably more expensive than the steel. Having said that, from a resiliency perspective, under the current hangars, as they are currently built, they are much more hardy and strong, again, based on how 7 and 8 held up in the storm. that were just built in 2021, so they are a hardier building. Now, it's not Cat 5 type thing, but that's a risk-reward kind of, I think, argument.
And what we're proposing in option 2 would be building them like we built them in 2021.
Correct.
Okay, last clarifying question. Mr. Giles, you talked about the cost being 13 million, your overall debt service being 31. Did I hear that? 20
Yes, sir.
5-year carrying cost?
At 8.5%.
Okay. All right. I'm struggling with this one a little bit. I totally see where administration and staff is coming from. I mean, because of cost versus rate of return, what we're getting, the mix, I totally see all those. There is a part of me that is not as worried about the revenue to get a better building. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues say. Certainly, it takes some of the red tape away for a third party to do it. I'm interested to hear what everybody else thinks, but I did tell the airport group when I met with them one-on-one that I thought we were going to need a little bit more. I don't know if maybe there's somewhere in between where we help participate in the capital costs in order to get some of the revenue back. I hear the debt service, but maybe we can offset some of that with our debt borrowing because it's not at 8.5%. And so I think there's just a lot of things to go back and forth with. It's a big conversation, but I'm going to be quiet because I know we're on time. So I'm interested to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other committee members? Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you. First, I'll just say to Councilmember Gertis's last point about what our participation looks like, I would entertain that conversation, but unlike what you said just before that, I am more concerned about the revenue in that we've just had a lot of conversation around the airport and how best to make it a community asset, and a lot of people in this room have participated in that. And the revenue generation of it does speak to how to make it more of an asset to our community than its existence without that revenue generation. And so I'm a little more concerned about it than you make out there. But having said that, the conversation around the structure of whatever kind of deal gets done there, I'm interested. I'm open to, is what I would say. I was doing the debt service calculations. I did not know 8.5%. That is quite high. I was doing them over here quickly, and I see where you get your numbers from. Also, to leave that 5.2 million from FEMA on the table, that just doesn't, look, we have options that, and I guess this leads me to a question, but we have an option where it's like very minimal impact to us, given that 5.2 million. So I guess having said that, I did kind of want to ask why you recommended option 2. Is it because of the plans that we had going forward, like the things in the master plan for fleet mix? Is that what led us in that direction? I think
it was just kind of it gives us a little more flexibility fleet mix wise. And again, Beth had hit on some of the, it's kind of hard to quantify, but those economic development benefits when you start accommodating that bigger fleet mix, employment opportunities, fuel sales, all that stuff that's kind of hard to quantify. So I think that was looked at as kind of a good hybrid between the two.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. The fuel sales feels like it might be quantifiable. But.
Maybe. Well, it's again, it depends who's there and how often they're flying. If the plane sits.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah. So, exactly. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I met with the third party. I'm sorry, the incorporated name is slipping my mind right now.
Albert Woodard Airport Improvement.
Yes. And I definitely see where they're coming from. I was eagerly awaiting this presentation because I wanted to see the financial impact. I understand why administration's gone this way. And yeah, as with all of our funds in general, especially enterprise funds, like I want to see us generating revenue, and it's hard for me to move off of that. So I'd be interested in a further conversation if it was described the way Councilmember Gertis did, but yeah, the revenue generation is important to me. I'll leave it there.
Okay, Councilmember Harding.
Thank you for your time and all this. And I want to be clear about the FAA. Do they participate in this part at all? I know that we receive money from them several times throughout the year, but when it comes to things like this, are they involved in this in loan or subsidizing? Or
Typically, FAA will not participate in quote-unquote revenue-generating projects like hangars. So the answer is typically no. FDOT does, and they have. We've built hangars in the past. The problem is the FDOT's aviation budget has been cut fairly substantially, and in terms of prioritization, hangars are at the bottom of the priority list. So.
Understood. And I apologize, I may have missed. We talked a lot about revenues, but revenues are irrelevant. All that matters is what's left over. In terms of gross revenues, it's obvious what is. When you say gross revenues, that's not including the operational side. It's not what's left over, right? We're just on the cost side of rebuilding.
And which slide? Are you looking at a particular
I was looking
slide?
actually, I was just looking at the FEMA reimbursement slide.
Oh.
And it's, that's just less FEMA reimbursement. Okay.
Yes. So the gross revenues at the bottom, I think that's actually 100% of what the hangar revenue would be. The city would receive 70% of that number. On Tom's slides, that 25 and 50-year forecast, that would be the revenue that the city would receive. That's the 70% of the hangar revenues that would be generated from those hangars.
Yeah, the assumption, because right now, under the arrangement we have, the FBO manages the hangars on behalf of the city, and they keep 30%. So
Understood.
Assumes that stays.
So is there did we look at the EBITDA line, if you will, of these three options and the third party option, and what it nets out to? What's left over? What does the city garner from?
Beth, can you go to one of the slides that will break it down?
Oh, sure.
So in these examples, Councilmember Harding, because we're showing the revenue, only the revenue that's coming to the city, the 30% is going to take care of maintenance, operations. That's Shelter as a part of their percentage. They're covering all of that. So essentially the 70% that comes to the city, and the reason why we say gross and not net, because there are some other overhead. They're minimal though. But that revenue is 100% available to the city. Once we pay back the debt, all of that revenue it's essentially, I'm not going to say net because there are some minor expenses, but all of that revenue would then come to the benefit of the airport, and there aren't maintenance and other costs associated with that because that comes from the 30% that Shelter is handling.
Okay. And I understand what you're saying, but in the beginning we said that the airport largely takes care of itself, but we have subsidized it some for a few things. But if the city were just keeping 70% of that income with just a few expenses, there should be a lot more money left over for the airport.
Well, in this instance, there will be more money. I think part of this, the reason why we want to go with this is this increases our revenue. If we were to go with the option for the private, it would actually decrease our revenue. So we would be moving backwards from a revenue perspective. This would actually increase it from where we were pre-storm.
Okay, and I understand, and I'm not presenting this well enough. But in my business, I can make 10 million or 50 million. None of that makes a difference. It's just what's left over at the end of the day. And that's what I was trying to get to. It's the bottom line that I get to give back to the investors, or in this case, the city.
I would suggest in option 1 and 2, or all of them, there would be more left over at the end of the day to the city.
I'll have a few follow-up questions. I'll get offline with you. I appreciate it, Chair.
And before I go to other council members, given the time, I just want to make some comments. So first of all, we're talking about 3 options. 2 options are metal buildings, or the buildings as they are right now, and the other one's the concrete, precast concrete. One's lifetime, the precast concrete, 75 years. The metal buildings are how long?
If I may.
Yes.
The city doesn't have to decide between options 1, 2, and 3. It can decide between 1 and 2 and have either or both of them and have option 3.
Right. Right. Well, I think what you're getting at is the fact that there are lots of hangars.
Lots of space.
And space at the site, and you're proposing at this area to put those precast concrete hangars.
Yes.
But FEMA reimbursement would only be available for replacement, yes, of those hangars in that.
Right. We can't
or
go tear
generally.
down other hangars to build these and get FEMA reimbursement.
Okay.
So, but FEMA reimbursement's not a reason to decline option 3, when I'm sure we could easily find a solution.
No, I get it. Well, so I'm trying to understand is, so here we are, all the other hangars are metal hangars. We have the opportunity to have, and we talk about resiliency, and we're going to have the conversation about the marina after this, and those are large numbers in terms of making it resilient. And this is all on waterfront, and we have the opportunity to have these hangars, which, by the way, have airplanes, have other things that belong to residents in the city or whatever, that will be protected from a storm. So we are actually enhancing it. And I'm trying to understand what is the I get the revenue, but there's a value to be had by having hangars on that site that are at a standard that you know that the airplanes and everything, because those airplanes cost a lot of money and they're going to be protected versus a metal. And I understand 2021, some got, but that's not the standard. It's what can it withstand with a hurricane. So that's where I'm at. I said it at the last meeting. I'm concerned about the resiliency and what is that value? And there are 2 differences here. So, and I'm going to go to Councilmember Curtis because he kind of touched on some of it, but he has a question.
No, to your point, Chair, I think the decision is the delta between $5 million and $174,000 of revenue at year 25.
Right.
It's that delta, so just over $5 million. Do we believe that the resiliency is worth the $5 million? That's the
where I'm
parts
at.
of it, I think, is what you're getting at.
Yeah,
and that delta.
And thank you, because that's where I'm at. We have the ability to have, and by the way, they're going to pay for it. We have a lot of things that we have to worry about resiliency on that waterfront. And there are lots of other sites. This is 3 hangars, not the whole site. This is not the whole marina. This is not the whole thing. This is just 3. And we won't have to worry about that? I'm kind of there. So,
Chair, if I may just the difference, and we didn't really hit on it, but in the option where we go with I'm sorry, I don't have the name, but the private option, that would be privately owned and controlled. So
I understand.
They could lease it out to 10 airport or airplane owners, 1 or 5.
Right.
So the fleet mix, the accessibility, you're essentially taking land, you're conceding control to a private group where they would essentially operate it however they want. Like they would decide how many planes get put in there. Like we're talking about fleet mix and the availability of planes.
No, I understand, but we have don't we have leases that we have ground leases that we have already on Albert Whitted Airport? Am I misunderstanding?
Not that long.
They're small.
They're shorter leases.
No, they're
The size
small
of the
buildings.
space,
They're
right,
like, it's like a 4,000 square foot building. It's a very small.
And shorter.
No, not
No,
25.
they're 25. Oh, okay,
25
sorry.
years.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. How long did we lease Mahaffey? How long did someone else operate Mahaffey? I mean,
Yes, 5 years.
We're getting into some minutia here, and maybe you have the problem with 25 years and having the type of planes. I don't know. I'm looking at the resiliency part of it and how what we're looking at in terms of numbers, what we're getting back. If we're getting back a building that is like 75 years concrete, and in 25 years it's up, like we have leases all throughout, the waterfront, and it's allowed. You're allowed to have. It's literally allowed to have a 25-year lease. Then I don't know. There's nothing that prevents them from having the lease except not liking it, right?
My only point is just a large piece of land for a long period of time. That was the only distinction I was trying to make.
I just want to make sure voters have allowed 25-year leases. Okay.
And I think there is no issue with the lease. We can certainly do a 25-year lease.
And I think what we've expressed to both Mr. Giles and Mr. Driggers is we're not against that proposal, but in looking at the revenue and seeing that the net revenue to the airport would actually decrease.
Right.
When we're in a place with our budget where decreasing revenue is, Rob tells us it's the year of revenue. We need to be making more revenue. Right. That was really a significant factor in.
The pressure is in the next few years. We have a lot of pressure in the next few years, and we're going to be paying for this in the next few years, to be clear, if we go down the city route.
And we did ask.
If we're concerned about revenue, but.
Lastly, we did ask, the conversation was, I understand the 70-30 split wouldn't make sense in this instance because they're building hangars. I said, would you go back and see if there is any way that we could move, maybe it's 80-20, or if there is any way where there is a split of revenue where it's not just the city being a land lease. And they came back to us and said, no, this is all that we can do, which is why we decided to go with the other option or recommend the other option.
And option 2 is, there has had some design work.
Okay, I've probably taken a lot of time.
Correct. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Those are some of the things I have in my mind. Councilmember Gabbard, you wanted to.
For the sake of time, is this going to be coming back?
This is going to happen.
Yeah, I feel like, listen, like you said, I understand the revenue portion of it, but I also just want to add in, we have limited bandwidth for the city specifically on all of these projects. And we just keep adding more and more projects and more master plans and more work on all of you with limited resources, while we have private partners who want to work with us to help fill those gaps, and we continue to have challenges in working with those private partners. We kind of had this conversation the very first time that the Harborage Marina came back and wanted to extend their lease. So I just want to add in that I think that piece of it, along with the resiliency and that give and take that we're going to have to figure out, is going to be really important. I am more inclined to continue talking about the option 3 because I just think we just have such limited resources, and I have a lot of concern about continuing to pile on top of all of you. It's been 18 months, and these hangars have continued to sit. Mm-hmm. If we had the bandwidth to fix them, we would have done it by now. But we have somebody who's here to help us. So I don't want us to continue to look those people in the face and tell all of our private entities that are our community members, ingrained right here in our city, that we don't want to work with them. We've got to get a better, clearer understanding of what partnerships look like in our city. I'll leave it there, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. I think the only way that we're really going to be able to make major improvements to our city and really move forward is when we access our partners. And we have a partnership group that has come forward, offered to help with something that we haven't laid a finger on yet, that provides a different path. And so the question we're asking ourselves and each other is this a better path? I say yes. This is a portion of the airport. We're not leasing the entire airport to a private for-profit company. We're leasing a portion that is really out of service right now to build it in a way that we don't plan on and operate it so that we can get our inventory back up and really reach towards some of the goals that were in the master plan. I don't think we should be considering anything that doesn't increase the inventory for the medium corporate size, because as Rich pointed out, that is the most common that you find at the airport. And this private option is the only one that increases that inventory. Now, I do have to say, this was, whoever did the presentation, that option 3 means 2 different things depending on which page you're looking at. And that was very confusing. And so when this does come back, I hope that can be corrected, because in some cases it's private and in some cases it's a third option for the city construction. So if you look through it, you'll see what I mean. But like, I'm still having to figure out what people are talking about when they're talking about option 3. I'm going to refer to the private option. And we absolutely can't just build back the way it was. I don't think that the second one is enough of an improvement. I think I'd rather see how this fits into the grand scheme of the airport revenues and how we can move forward with help on this part of it. I also want to know if we are, in everything that we do involving this, allowing for opportunities for advanced air mobility, accommodations for the future, in which you probably know, you and Walt know more than anybody else in this room about that, because you served on the task force, and I'm sorry if I missed other task force members, but you know how important this is for us moving forward. So one of the things I thought, you know, the silver lining could be is that this damage gives us the opportunity to think, all right, we need to build back, but is there space we need to save for AAM? And with the people who are working on this, I trust that that is going to be considered. So I'm going to leave it there. I know this will continue, but I wanted to make sure you guys know where I'm at with this. I think that welcoming a partner to help us will allow us to focus on other things that are needs in our city. Let them take care of this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to say this, I've said it before. When we talk about FEMA reimbursement, that's still taxpayer money. It's not like money made up. And so we had that conversation with Tropicana Field. And so that's still money from taxpayers going into it. And if that doesn't have to happen, and it could go other things, that I'm fine with that too. The one thing I'm going to say, I think what you've heard is they probably want y'all to go back to the table, just to talk about what opportunities there are on this. And we're probably going to try to bring this back. I mean, there's no hangers at this point. A decision has to be made. So we're going to try to bring this back in short order. And maybe y'all can have some more discussions based on what you've heard from the council members and committee members on this. But, and I think it's kind of clear. So, okay? Thank you. Thank you. We almost took an hour on this. And we've talked about it before. Thank you.
We'll skip them. We'll come back.
And then you can come back, and you know what? You can talk about the master plan update at the next time. Okay, next up, and I'm going to ask everyone that's here because it's going to affect your schedule. We're scheduled at 11:45 to end. If we go over 10 minutes or so, is that okay with y'all? We'll still break around noon. And then 1:30 is committee of the whole. That gives it about an hour and a half to get out for lunch. Okay, I see nods. Okay. And the reason we brought these items together is because we don't have a lot of space in committee. These are all important conversations to have, and they wanted to have these conversations. So I hate the fact that I have to kind of rush some of it. But Brajesh, so now the time, we were supposed to end at 11:45, so we have probably a little bit before noon to break. So just think about when you're presenting and then giving enough time for
I am going to
conversation.
Be as brief as possible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I did bring you all some placemats. If you all want to
Thank you so much.
doodle on, that'll be greatly appreciated. So I will start quickly by thanking you all for this opportunity, because this is really a conversation as we move forward into this next progression of the marina redevelopment. Some of us have been here through the first and the second opportunities on the development, and now we're moving into where we as a city we are going to embark on really developing the site ourselves. Now, just to keep perspectives into conversation and really setting the stage for where we are on this entire thing is, and please, I do apologize, I'm going to try to run as quickly as possible to save as much time for questions. I really think it's a matter of context, because I know the original conversation is 37 million, 48 million, 156 million. So I want to keep some perspective into the conversation here. And I'm going to use a simple analogy. If I was renting an apartment on a vacation, I'm not going to buy groceries or stock that thing for the entire year. I'm only going to stock it for the 1 year that I'm there. So as opposed to if I'm in a house and that's my house, I'm going to stock it for as long as I need. So I don't buy the smaller quantities, I buy larger quantities. Take that same perspective. The developer is not that was anything short on the city or opportunity that they were trying to go on the shorter term, is that was facilitated for the time of their progress for their project. As opposed to if the city is implementing it, we're going to look at it holistically because we're going to be the asset owner, we're going to own it for that longer time frame. So the whole question to say that what's the difference in the scope, that's really what it is. We're looking at it holistically as we're the long-term owners. Why is the city implementing this project? Well, we had 2 previous development agreements, but for whatever reasons, we could not come to terms. So here's where we are now. Is it the best situation? Knowing all the different things that we have? No, but it is something that we need to move forward on for the betterment of just our public and our residents and our users as a whole. So the city implementing the project, we're looking at it holistically, but more importantly, we had the opportunity to listen to all the feedback from the first 2 agreements, the first 2 council meetings, workshops, presentations, community working groups, and take all that feedback and put it into what our overall scope is right now. And then why is this more beneficial than a P3? Again, it's a city-owned marina. It's going to remove that misconception of, we're giving it away to a private entity. It's still the waterfront. It's still for our community. It will still be accessible. And the city is also going to be focused on, what this committee mentioned, a resilient community, marina, where all the revenue is going to be directed back to the city. And how would we pay for this? As I go through the presentation, you'll see that it's really built towards a strategic approach of, and I'm just using another example. When we go to the grocery, we go down different aisles. Think of each aisle as each year. In one aisle, we may pick up $10 worth of stuff. The other aisle may pick up $20. The other aisle, $10. By the time we get through all the aisles, we're up to $165. But that's over that period of time, that 5 or 6 years. So I want you to get that perspective as we go through this presentation. So in front of you, you see a little doodle board, if I may call it that, just to give a good idea and context as to what the high-level scope is. There are details on the other sheets that I can skip to afterwards, but this will give you a good comparison of what is included and what's not included. Then, still being the engineer that we are, we tried a traffic light approach on this one. I'm sorry to do that on a marina, but red, yellow, green. As you can see, the extent on the left, middle, and to the right. We did try different shadings. I know colorblind ADA, but the colors just worked out best for the presentation. So you would see the context of the amount of work that the city is doing as opposed to the previous development. Again, I go back to that initial analogy of they were there for that shorter period. We're going to be there looking at that 75-year service life of that asset. So if you look at this in perspective, you're looking at the base numbers, but some of the big comparisons is the amount of work that we're going to go in as full replacement as opposed to what was not included or what might have just been selective rehab or rehabilitation. Now, let's go into the other costs that are associated. Now, these other costs never got to the point of maturity and to provide into council because it was still at that point negotiating the agreement with the entity. So these costs, when we look at the seawall, the CEI services, the permitting, none of that was ever finalized to provide us here's the total. When we working with the marina, we finalized this cost, so it is comprehensive. plus we're carrying a contingency forward. You also realize that there is a smaller dollar amount on the seawalls between the, I don't say developer 1 and developer 2 to avoid misconception of safe harbor and safe harbor again. So I'll say 1 and 2. Between the two, the first two developers, where you'd see 7.4 and 26. This is because each instance, the developer was given an intent of how much amount of seawall work they were willing to coordinate, because the city would still have to pay for it. This is money still the city is paying for, but they were willing to coordinate it. In reality, they needed to flip that asset over as quickly as possible and start generating revenue. So you could see the amount of work that was different as opposed to what we're doing now. We're doing a full seawall replacement, plus we're replacing the Demon's Landing Bridge, $4 to $54 million. Plus we're including all of the design, permitting, construction, and a project contingency. Now, this holistically, when we look at it now, adjusting the numbers, so taking the 2019 number and bringing it forward, you're looking at about $17 million on cost of escalation, actual cost escalation over the time. You take the 2023 number and bring it forward, you're looking at $91 million. Now, when the city did a conceptual cost estimate, which is a class 5 estimate, we included for each of the following years the cost escalation in those years. So normalizing that and bringing it back to the current day value, you're looking at 146 as opposed to 165. Again, I'm going to skip these slides because for the essence of time, I'm trying to come back to the questions, but I do want to stick on this slide quickly for a second. I want to point out a few major items. So you're going to see bullet point, most of it on the top, all of it is replacement, as opposed to what we're looking at now. All this additional work is being included. Replacement of the Demon's Landing Bridge, removing of that existing bridge along the seawalls and opening up that waterfront to our community. Now, the marina, by example, we've already started doing the space needs assessment, which we've finalized. The marina staff themselves have already started looking and understanding, okay, how much paddle boards and how much kayak space is needed. They're pursuing that questionnaire with the users and the general public. Why? Again, because we heard this feedback from the previous meetings, we want to include in the design rental space, so that the general user or the general public has somewhere to come and store a paddleboard or a kayak. They now have access to the open waterfront. So also we have included the 2nd Avenue North and Bay Shore in the corner where that restaurant is. We have to strategically, and I'm going to flip back up here quickly for a second, if we do not replace this seawall and build a developer grade, there's no way we can construct that section without taking out that tree or severely impacting that oak tree and access on our major roadways. So to do this, we should be doing it and coordinating it now with our development. So that way, as we reconstruct, we can put the barge at this location here, drive those paths, and we are building our marina as we're coming out. Again, mitigating the impact and thinking towards all those future elements. So those are the major cost scope elements. Another big element at the bottom, what you'll see is including design elements such as living seawalls, hybrid seawalls to help with wave attenuation and also water quality within the basins. And all the miscellaneous costs are also included, plus the 2.5 cost escalation. Now, we'll go ahead and I'll jump quickly to the phased implementation. The city has already selected a design build entity, Skanska, and Come and See the Berg. They're both here with me today. And I'll have them speak if we have a little time. But wanted to talk about the next phase, where we are right now, the design build. This is the team. This is the program structure that we're looking at. We've already completed the seagrass study. We're coordinating with the marina, the port and the pier itself. Sorry, the ferry work itself. And now what we will plan to do, I will never bring to this committee a GMP off the bat and ask you to approve $165 million. What we're bringing to you is the intent of a scope. Pre-construction services to look at data collection, cost analysis, validation. So these are the key elements of the initial scope. Why? We need to develop a strategic spend down plan to understand how we're building it and how we're going to generate the revenue, making sure that the scope of the marina as we develop it and build it is correct to generate the revenue for long-term capital improvements and also to possibly even help some of the future improvements. There are some other elements that are included in this work that were not previously included, such as the fuel station as well. Now, I want to touch on validation of the master plan with the coastal analysis as an example. Right now, if we look at it, in those basins, there's tremendous wave action from storms. If we can take that wave action out by constructing a finger jetty, then can I go from a 24-inch pile to an 18-inch pile? If I'm driving 600 piles in that basin now, my cost drastically changes. And now I go from a concrete solid structure to a floating marina. If I can do that, my resiliency is improved because I'm not going up and down with the wave action, but I have less wave action because I've mitigated that wave impact within the basin. Also installing the softer shorelines. Those are the type of analysis that we will validate here to develop that spend down plan of the GMPs that we need to then implement the project. Now, what's also crucial in this is the financial analysis, is making sure that the slip mix is correct. So is the slip mix based on a seasonal variation of the use? Is that going to produce enough revenue for us to ensure that the marina has a positive flow and not only provides enough revenue for operation and maintenance, but also provides enough funding for future capital improvements? And also provide us that strategic build. There's a pedestrian bridge that I wish I'll have time to dive into. I know Jenna found that as well. That was a very interesting one as part of the selection process that came across. But I want you to focus on the objective. What is the objective of this first phase? And again, the objective is to deliver a project implementation sequence that matches the city's budgetary requirements while also considering implementation plan that can ensure continued revenue generation while still providing access to the general public. I know it's quite a bit to see. So in short, I've asked the team to develop a spend down plan strategically that is fiscally responsible, but also gives us an early win for our community. Because it's not just an early win for the boaters, but also for the general users, the general public. There are events that happen there. Can we still maintain those events going on so people still have access to the waterfront? Can we still focus construction on either side, still keeping a corridor open so people can have access to the eastern side of the marina itself? That waterfront still exists. And opening up and not making it active because it is the charter park, but actually providing better use, better access for residents in that community. So with that, then this will be an example of how the structure will be. This is the high-level schedule. You'll see multiple GMPs at any given time. GMPs, and I know we've been through this a lot with you all as far as how we can generate and obtain the cash, the savings from the tax, plus also buyout savings. On the pier, we purchased all the concrete and steel up front, correct?
We did, yes.
So this is, if we can buy all that up front, that's a major saving. We lock in that price. We have docks. If we know these are the docks we're going to buy, we can buy out all the docks now and not have to buy it out each year. So there are things that we can do on the GMP purchases. Now, the phasing of the cost is very important here. And again, this goes back to the analogy. If you look at each year as an aisle in a grocery, by the time we get to it, yes, we'll be there. But let's look at the marina and the marina in this instance actually included the bridge construction and all the utilities as well. So overall, that's the general scope. I'll give a quick introduction, Jenna, Ken. This is the design build team. You want to add anything quickly?
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I would just say we're excited to be a part of it. We think it's an extension of working with the city. We love to be a partner. It's an extension of what we already started with the waterfront, with the peer-and-peer approach. There's a tremendous amount of competing infrastructure with this project. a tremendous amount of competing permitting timelines. So the delivery method that was chosen, I think, is the best for the project. So we can be the partner, provide all of the financial stressing and inputs with our team of experts during the design phase, so the right decisions can be made. So the money is able to be controlled fiscally year to year to year as to how we're using it, and hopefully maintaining a revenue stream. So with that, I guess Jenna, our design lead with Cummins Cedarburg, if you would just go ahead and introduce the rest of the team experts that we have. So.
Sure, I'll be brief here. So Cummins Cedarburg, we're a marine and coastal engineering firm. We're based right here in Sarasota. My office is about 10-minute walking distance from here. We've had the pleasure of working with the city over the last 2 to 3 years on your citywide seawall master plan. So we've been all over this marine facility over the last several years, very intimately familiar with the city's objectives and the goals here, and excited to hit the ground running and support this. Where our team is a collective of a number of other additional experts who've worked with the city. So we're excited to kind of bring together all, the firms here listed on the side, excited to bring their expertise into one comprehensive master plan that we can bring to you all in a subsequent coming year or so to help make some important and informed decisions about how to move forward through the GMP process. So look forward to any of your questions.
Thank you. Committee members? No committee member questions, then others? Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Gabbard after.
Thank you for the quick presentation, and thank you for being here and for your partnership. This is a great plan. It's refreshing to see all of it together, to see that we are going Costco style and not 7-Eleven style with this by doing it ourselves, looking at the bigger picture and planning for resilience through every part of this. The living seawalls, those kinds of elements that you'll incorporate into it as you can. I know there are some places where it might work, some places where it doesn't. I would love to see those elements incorporated. It's not only is it the right thing to do for us as a city that prides itself on environmental stewardship, but it can also be an example to others and a learning opportunity. Think about the proximity to where Tampa Bay Watch has children coming all the time, groups of children coming to learn, and what if they can partner and utilize that. So I'm thinking about access, and again, I know it can't just go anywhere, but if we can have some of those elements in places where it's accessible and we can show it off a little bit and use it as a learning tool, that would be fantastic. I have concerns that I have voiced before about the restaurant, and I appreciate the explanation of how this needs to be done. And I think you prefer, or you refer to it as a development pad or something like that, development ready.
Correct, developer ready pad.
Yes, I almost had that right. Doing it this way in order to save that tree and get all of those things done. Yeah, that's very smart to do it that way. I have a lot of concern about this restaurant being displaced. This is a restaurant that's been in business for more than 20 years. And I really need to learn more about how we're going to work with the restaurant in terms of helping with relocation during the construction process, or what that's going to look like. We do need to have something there. And I want to make sure that we're being respectful and honoring a longtime tenant and part of our city, and part of the waterfront experience for over 20 years. So lastly, as you're planning this in phases, are you looking at how you're going, how the tenants will be moved around. And this might even be like a David Worth thing more than anything, but we got to make sure that you're leaving enough room to accommodate everyone so that we don't have, in particular, liveaboards who would be displaced. There are folks there who would not have another place to go. And I want to make sure that as you work on the different phases, that they're accommodated and inconvenienced as little as possible and accommodated as much as possible. So you do have, are you working that into the plans?
So the phasing plan, that's something that as we work into it right now with the marina folks who understand, okay, logistically, what can be done, what can't be done. So I would say that would be part of the phasing plan delivery.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I also want to say the access to Demons Landing for events is really important. Some of those events, I don't know where else they would do their thing if they don't have access to that. And it's also a very, very, very beautiful and loved part of our waterfront park system. So we want to keep that access open as much as possible. I can't wait to see what's next. And although this will continue to move forward long after I'm gone, I'll be watching and continuing to be grateful for all the work that you're doing on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. So, Rajesh, I want to thank you for our one-on-one the other day where you kind of laid everything out for me. I have been one of the more skeptical and, maybe a little bit contrary council members on this project because I have not been in favor of us doing this ourselves. I talked earlier about bandwidth. I have those same concerns here. They continue to creep up in a lot of what we discuss these days. So because I trust you and because of our conversation, you're getting me closer, but I'm not there yet. I do appreciate, your laying out the seawalls, the bridge, the idea of more community access. I mean, all of that I think is really important to understanding the total differences and really taking those last two proposals with what we're looking at doing and making them apples to apples. So I appreciate that. Can you remind me, or maybe Tom can remind me if he's still here, in Table 2 for the proposed rollback of the TIF extension, what do we have budgeted on that Table 2? My computer died while I was trying to pull it up myself, so I apologize.
From memory, I believe it is 65 million.
Yeah, that's what I was
for phase 1.
thinking it was as well. And then the total is 165 million. Okay, so what's going to happen in 2032 if now we're moving forward, we don't have that money anymore, that money's been exhausted, where are we planning on getting the money to complete this project?
The plan would be to use the marina revenues to service the debt for the rest of the project.
So we believe we'll have enough construction done at that point with enough people back where they need to be in order to be able to cover the additional 100 million.
Yes.
So if I may also add some context to James's and very valid question here. 165 is not just the marina. There's the seawalls, but there's the bridge is separate as well. So there's cost adjustments in that between both of them. So it's not entirely 165. It will be less than that. But your question does not. I'm not taking away from the validity of it. I'm just letting you know that there's other funding sources within this.
Okay, so we will use other funding sources for pieces like
the seawalls,
seawall, the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to understand that.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I mean, like I said, I'm still not there with us doing this project myself, so it's going to take a lot of work to get me there.
Yeah.
And I might be your only no, and that's okay. You all know how to count votes, so, do with that what you will. But I'm very skeptical, and I also just don't want us to get in a place where we know we have this funding within the TIF, we're moving things forward, and then we get stuck because we run out of that, it isn't enough revenue. I mean, we've got to be thinking about the entirety of the project and all of those various funding sources that you're talking
And
about.
your question could not, I completely agree with it, because this deliverable here, the fourth bullet point, the financial analysis, is one of the most important things in this
Right.
early delivery. We want to make sure that we're developing an implementation plan that's fiscally responsible. So I completely agree with you on it.
And when you say you won't be bringing us a full GMP for $165 million, what will you be bringing us?
So we're in scope negotiations right now on that.
Okay.
So I did get, these bullet points are from the initial scope. The intention that I was hoping to get out of this discussion is, are we on the right line? Are we in the correct path of what we're looking for scope? Because your question is valid. That goes to the financial analysis. To get you the answers, that's what I need.
Okay.
So are there other scope elements that I need to include here? This is why the team is here, so they can understand your questions as they're developing the scope as well.
Okay.
So my intention is to bring to this committee sometime in June the final scope and fees for for your approval, so we can initiate the project.
Okay.
So it's not going to be 165 million, I assure you that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for the great presentation. Brajesh, you did a great job. I have to say, not only just with the one-on-ones on this, but providing the context of the last proposals and actual great comparisons, you know, adjusted to current value, all these things that are really helpful for us. And so that was fantastic. So you basically didn't have any committee members asking you questions, which says a lot. So
Well,
that means that one-on-ones were really good. So that's awesome. And then there was great feedback that you got from Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Gabbard. So with that said, thank you all for, oh, yep, one more thing.
I do want to say, I appreciate the team here. I mean, David,
Yes.
James, and also my two staff members.
Aw.
Christina, Christelle and Catherine. So Catherine's a PM who's going to be working with the team, and Christelle is one of our new in our architect section. So
Now, this is a heavy lift, so it's a lot of people working on this. So we tackled two big items today, so I appreciate everyone. This was an important two items for administration to bring forward and for council members who also have been wanting these items to bring forward. So I'm glad we were able to discuss these two, although they're going to come back in some form or the other. With that being said, next meeting is May 14th. We're going to continue the general obligation bond discussion with the communications plan, and then we're going to have the discussion regarding the construction crane safety, that follow-up. And with that being said, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Eckerd College in South St. Pete, and we're kicking off the Spark bus service, which is a great premier service that'll connect with our Sunrunner and give folks across St. Pete, but certainly Eckerd College students, a fast connection to North St. Pete and downtown.
3, 2, 1, fire!
The route is really important because it's one of the busiest streets within St. Petersburg, plenty of capacity for a bus service, and it'll move people along really efficiently. One unique thing about the Spark compared to a regular bus service is that the stops are a little bit more spaced out. You don't spend as much time starting and stopping. And with the service coming every 15 minutes, you also don't really need to even look at the schedule. You just go to the stop.
It's a perfect case for transit-oriented development. You know, you want your jobs, your transportation, and your housing to all connect. And you're seeing that happen on 34th Street South in the Skyway Marina District.
There are a lot of new residential units coming on in the district and a lot of new retail opportunities coming along in the district. So it's really a symbiotic relationship where this bus service will help that development and it'll spark more development, pun intended.
This is the next step, and as folks continue to see the benefits of having modern, dependable, premium transportation, other areas are going to ask for it.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me that later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community, for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's this makes complete sense.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Hi, my name's Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods, such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
We have a plan, Housing Opportunities for All, that shoots for 9,000 units by 2030, and we are making progress every day. We've got investment and plans going forward to try to meet that goal.
have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes.
So before we moved in, we actually did a tour. And just seeing their expressions on their face was priceless. And they couldn't believe that this is our building.
Selfishly, I'm thrilled we get to enjoy this here in District 1 on a daily basis. Thank you for joining us on one more piece of art that makes St. Petersburg a beautiful place to live.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell.
One, two, three. Yeah!
Across St. Petersburg, progress is happening. This is what it looks like.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea, like we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, hey, come in for an interview.
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries, so yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, I'm like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially Black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then
From there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
Good morning, everybody. In case you didn't know, we're gonna call to order the April 23rd, 2026 Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee to order. Clerk, if we could please do a roll call.
Gertis.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Vic Sanders.
Here.
Harding.
Here. Thank you. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us, committee members. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have minutes from April 9th, 2026. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're going to jump right into it. Our new business for today is a discussion on the general obligation bond, including potential projects and referendum language. Before I hand it over, boy, it's early. Before I hand it over to Tom, we don't need a formal action today. There is a committee meeting where this is still on the schedule, and then obviously from that meeting we could schedule another BF&T or CAL, and so this is really just I think legal and the team are looking for guidance on some of this. We don't need an actual motion later today, and there's some nuance to that if we want to get into it. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom, and Tom, you can kick us off.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, committee, and looking forward to a productive day today. I know it's a pretty packed calendar, and we're looking forward to the conversation this morning and then at PSI and then also at the CAL. But this is, as you said, Chair, is a continuation of a discussion of the general obligation bond, a potential financing mechanism through which we could address a portion of the SPAR-related expenses. And as you mentioned, Chair, we're going to talk about the representative projects and go through the resolution and the proposed ballot language this morning, get your feedback. And before we do that, I wanted to make sure we reference that Chris Rowe is here from Bryant, Miller, and Olive, who worked with Mr. Pettigrew and Ms. McCall and Ms. Kovalarich on drafting the documents that you have before you. And then Claude Tankersley and his team will go through representative projects and have a discussion of that. But before we get into kind of the meat and bones, I think it's important to have Erica Langens kind of run through maybe a small handful of slides just to reset what we've done so far, what we're going to do in the future, so to speak, and just revisit a couple of issues that we've discussed in the past. So with that, Mr. Chair, if you're okay with it, I'll have Ms. Langens start the official presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Tom mentioned, we're going to start off with a quick summary of our committee meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
So we've been meeting for about a year to talk about the general discussion of the GO bond. Last July 2025, we had a BF&T committee meeting where we discussed the utility rate and introduction to a GO bond. Then in November, we met again at PSI to talk about GO bond discussion as an alternative financing option for our projects we're going to be talking about today. Here we are today talking about legal topics and a proposed project idea list. And then we're going to be meeting again in May on PSI to talk about a general obligation bond communication plan. So to recap, in July we defined what a GO bond is. I didn't want to put all of the slides we've already been over before in these past meetings, but sometimes it's a nice refresher as you have lots of meetings every year. We discussed that we do not have any outstanding GO bonds as a city of St. Pete. We used how GO bonds can be used for public utility alternative financing for the SPAR projects. And we did a detailed comparison of SPAR impacts with GO bond versus a rate study. And then a potential schedule to issue the GO bonds as a voter referendum this fall, November 26. When we met in November 25, we went over some GO proposed SPAR projects. We defined GO bonds again, went over the May 25 meeting. We also brought forward some successful Florida GO bonds. So if you want to reference back when we're thinking about it this year, that's where we had our list of other successful GO bonds. And then we went through scenario calculations and the impact models. So next slide. The past committee meeting, so this is from the July 25 meeting, on kind of a snapshot then of our homesteaded versus non-homesteaded properties. So as a reminder, I think this is really interesting to see the count. And that percentage of count, we have 57% of our properties are homesteaded. But when you look at percentage of value, that's 37%. So I think that's an interesting statistic to remind ourselves as we go into this. The next slide. So we discussed GO bond impact versus utility rates. So there, again, if you go back into the slides, there's countless tables of assumptions being made. But on average, we estimate that financing a portion of the SPAR with utility rates would require an additional $486.12 on a customer's utility bill. That's assuming Tier 2 stormwater and a list of other assumptions. On the contrary, we estimated that the GO obligation debt mill to be 0.96 mils, or $96 per year per $100,000 of taxable property value. That would be collected annually on their property tax bill. We estimate the GEO bond would be more cost effective for 95,996 properties, or 89% of homesteaded and non-homesteaded properties. So this is a quick table. If you're looking at the percentage of properties that have taxable assessed value, so if you go through and see, you know, kind of our majority, we have 35% are at the 100K assessed value. That would be $96 a year under GEO bond, or an average of $486. And so people can kind of reference this on where their taxable assessed value would be at the high end. Even at 5% there, at the 500K assessed value, you're only at $480. You're almost at the break even with the utility bill, and that's 5% of the property. So that's kind of our recap of the last couple statistics of meetings we had. Claude's next going to go over some proposed projects, and then after that we're going to look at the bond resolution language and proposed ballot language to go along with this.
Thank you, Erica. I've been out speaking to the public quite a bit lately, neighborhood associations, Kona, Chamber, and so I've put together this portion of the presentation in part based off of some of the questions that I've been receiving to try to help people understand, help the public understand what is SPAR and how does SPAR relate to the GEO bond. So forgive me as I kind of go through this for those who may have had those questions. So let's start with SPAR being the St. Pete Agile Resilience. And so what is resilience? We see resilience as the ability of a system, an infrastructure material to withstand, absorb, adapt, or recover from disturbances, shocks, and unexpected conditions, while at the same time maintaining or quickly restoring essential function. Resilience focuses on minimizing damage, fast recovery, and operational continuity rather than just prevention. So with SPAR, standing for the St. Pete Agile Resilience, I see SPAR as both a philosophy and as a program. As a philosophy, I see it as a way that for us to find creative ways to be agile, to find ways that we can approach resilience planning and implementation to move and think or act quickly, easily, and with flexibility. So that's the philosophy behind SPAR. As we apply SPAR to a program, the program for SPAR is an accelerated approach to strengthening the city's infrastructure to ensure long-term resilience in the face of climate challenges. And it's important to recognize that not all projects are SPAR projects, and that SPAR projects are a subset of the overall capital improvement plan that we have developed. So as an example again of a difference between a SPAR and a non-SPAR project, so SPAR projects embed resilience, non-SPAR projects tend to extend a lifetime, a lifespan of an asset, but doesn't necessarily need additional resilience enhancements. And so, for example, some assets may not be vulnerable to shocks and may already have resilience built in. So let's take, for example, 2 different sewer lift stations that have reached the end of their useful life. One of those lift stations is located in a flood zone and is vulnerable to damage in flood events. Replacing it with a new lift station with equipment that is elevated above the flood zone, that would be a SPAR project. However, the other lift station that is not located inside a flood zone, so it's outside of the flood zone or floodplain and is not vulnerable to damage in flood events. So the replacement of this lift station can be done with the electrical equipment at ground level, as is a typical lift station project. So that would not be a SPAR project. We have a lot of SPAR and non-SPAR projects in our 5-year CIP as well as in our overall long-term plan. So our city staff have looked ahead to 2050 and developed long-term, long-range CIP spending plans. Obviously, you can imagine the further out we get from today, the more assumptions we have to make on what those plans might be. And so we do expect, as we get closer to those outer years, we're going to shift things around as appropriate. But we did our best to try to anticipate what we needed to do over the next 25 years. The overall CIP, as you'll see on the far right, is approximately $4.4 billion. And this is just for stormwater, water, and sewer utilities. These are just for the water and sewer utilities that in our utility rate, that are paid for out of utility rates. About $1.7 billion of that we believe are considered to be non-SPAR projects. These are projects where a facility or an asset might be reaching the end of its useful life, could be 50, 60 years old. It's in a condition or in a location where it doesn't need additional resilience improvements based off of its location or based off of our understanding of how climate change is impacting us. And so those would be considered non-SPAR projects. Another $2.7 billion, though, we do identify as SPAR-related projects. So how does SPAR compare to the GEO bond? So when we talk of SPAR and the GEO bond, they are related but different things. The SPAR program is an existing program that exists. We've already done work. We've already completed some SPAR projects, such as the aquafence at Lift Station 85, flood barriers at the Northeast Water Reclamation Facilities, and some of the drainage improvements you've seen at 9th Avenue North and 37th Street North. Other SPAR projects are underway right now. For instance, recently Council approved the construction of a new Category 5 rated operations and maintenance building at the Southwest Water Reclamation Facility, and that project is underway. We've also have the stormwater pump station at Connecticut Avenue and Bayshore Boulevard and Shore Acres. That project is close to being completion in terms of design. And we have the Salt Creek stormwater pump station. So SPAR will exist with or without the GEO bond. The GEO bond is being proposed as a method of funding and accelerating some of that $2.7 billion in SPAR program. The GEO bond, we would not even be talking about it if we didn't have the SPAR program that we wanted to accelerate. So why are we considering a GEO bond? The GEO bond would enable the city to undertake large-scale resiliency upgrades now, rather than delay projects to pay-as-you-go through utility rates. While pay-as-you-go avoids interest payments, it does carry high risk of inflation, construction delays, and in many cases, higher total costs due to rising material and labor prices. Construction delays also carry the risk of flooding events occurring before those resilience upgrades can be constructed. So funding the resilience projects through a GEO bond also creates a more proportionate and objective funding model for the community. The current model uses utility fees paid by water, sewer, and stormwater utility customers to pay for resilience enhancements. However, not all city property owners are utility customers, and not all utility customers are property owners. So using the GEO bond in addition to utility fees distributes costs across all city residences and businesses. This approach also promotes a generational investment by ensuring that both current and future residents and business owners who will benefit from the enhanced infrastructure and improved system reliability will share in the cost of these long-term investments. So to show you a visualization of how this would work, I've got a graph at the top that shows how the current $2.7 billion in SPAR projects is assumed to be implemented using utility rates over the next 24 years. If we were to issue the $600 million in GEO bonds now, and it would be approved by voters in November of 2026, then that timeline could shorten from 24 years to 19 years to complete the work that we currently have in our CIP budget. So therefore, the GEO bond would allow us to significantly accelerate those SPAR projects. So what would be included under the GEO bond for the category and the funding allocations and cost estimates? And so one of the things I wanted to highlight was how we got to the $600 million. This is a question that I've received several times. So I believe some folks have assumed that we started with $600 million and then we kind of backfilled it with projects until we reached that number. We actually did it the other way. We started with, I asked our staff, what projects do you think we can accelerate? What projects need to be accelerated that would have the greatest impact? What projects can we do given the bandwidth that we know we have internally, that even if we supplement the staff we have internally and we supplement the consulting staff that we would have to help us with it, and also that we could actually get enough contractors to do the work for us. So what do you think we could reasonably do by pushing ourselves, but still reasonably achieve to accelerate projects? And so our stormwater team and our water and wastewater team came up with those projects separately and independently of each other. And then we pulled them all together, we looked at them, we talked about them, and that's how we came up with this distribution of the allocation of the funding that we show right here. Initially, a year ago when we were talking about this, we weren't sure whether we were going to have the $25 million in the CDBG DR. We felt that we would, but it wasn't, that there was still some uncertainty. Now we know that we do have that, and we do plan on advancing one or more of the SPAR-related projects that were under this GEO bond by using that CDBG money. So we've removed that $25 million from the list. And so the total of the different categories comes to about $589 million. And we know we will have issuance and escalation costs. And so our total not to proceed for the GEO bonds would be $600 million. I do want to recognize, and this, I'm sure we'll talk about this as we go forward in the resolution, that these percentage categories are subject to change as we move through the process because quite a few of these categories are still in the conceptual or preliminary phases. We're still doing the appropriate analysis and data gathering to determine whether or not a specific project will be feasible. We believe they will be, but it does happen on occasion where we have a project that once we get through the actual design and that we realize that the project itself as initially contemplated is not feasible. It might be too expensive, it might have caused too many other problems that we just can't move forward. And so we have to pause on that project, maybe reevaluate that project and to try to find a way to get it done in a different manner. And so by having the flexibility to adjust the program as we move forward, we may be able to bring another project in to make sure that we keep the projects moving under this program. So those representative categories of stormwater, water infrastructure, and wastewater infrastructure are broken down into subcategories. For the stormwater infrastructure, we have categories that will reduce flood risk from heavy rains, will reduce sunny day flooding, and will mitigate some minor storm surge. This is another question that I've had come up frequently, and we will be touching on some of the projects that are related to tidal gates could help mitigate some storm surge. They're designed primarily to help with high water events, high tide events, but they can help with some minor storm surge, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. On the water side, the water projects are proposed that would, on the distribution and treatment side, would propose to reduce the drinking water disruptions during severe weather events. And then on the wastewater side, for the collection and treatment, these projects would reduce sewer backups and overflows during wet weather events. and also reduce sewer service disruptions during severe weather events. So now I'd like to get into the actual representative projects for these different categories. I'd like to invite some of our engineers and design managers to come forward to speak about these. These are the folks that are actually pursuing the work, doing the, coming up with the scopes of work, working with our consultants to move these projects forward. They have a much better understanding of these than I do, and I don't want to pretend that I know them as well as they do. So I'm going to start first with Roger Johnson. Hopefully Roger has joined us. Roger joined us? He hasn't? Oh, okay. Well, then I'll go forward with it, and I'll do my best. So on the stormwater side, for the stormwater drainage improvements, these are projects that are primarily focused on reducing flood risks due to heavy rain. They are projects that are focused on areas that have a smaller footprint. Maybe these are areas that have localized flooding during heavy rain events, and that the improvements could include things like upsizing pipes or culverts, widening ditches, creating new bypass routes, or adjusting road grades. These are the type of improvements that we would do on a relatively normal basis, but these projects would be focusing on areas that we know are specific to flooding during heavy rain events. And so I've highlighted the one in blue down there. This one is one that we know on a heavy rain event, it can flood. This is on the bottom, you'll see a graph there of this was during Hurricane Milton, which was a heavy rain event. And you'll see some structures there that are in yellow and orange that sustained some level of flood damage during Milton from that heavy rain event. And the photograph shows the kind of work that we would be doing, where we would be upsizing the pipes to facilitate a reduction in flooding in those particular areas. The next one looks at kind of larger situations, and these are areas that have flood risk in stormwater floodplains that are served by canals, creeks, or ditches, or lakes that may lack the adequate capacity or storage for these very large rainfall events. Like a 100-year rainfall event, we would describe that as 12 inches in a day, in 24 hours. In 2024, during Hurricane Debbie, we got 12 inches in 24 hours. In Hurricane Milton, we got in some places 18 or 20 inches in 24 hours. And we saw flooding during those events. So the image on the right shows the neighborhood of Holiday Park that was heavily damaged during Milton from flooding, because the canal that runs through it, we call it canal number 4, that canal that runs through it eventually connects to Joe's Creek, which eventually discharges to the bay, and that entire system just did not have the capacity to move the water out of that community with that heavy rain. And so the possible improvements for these kind of projects would be to look at expanding capacity in those canals or the creeks or ditches, or adding new outfalls or bypass routes, increasing the storage by interconnecting the ponds, and providing stormwater pump stations. And so there's a photo here of this is actually an injection well. This is a stormwater injection well, where the pump station, the stormwater and pump station, instead of pumping the water through a long pipe to go out into a bay or creek or canal somewhere else, actually injects that water below ground into the aquifer below to get that water away as quickly as possible. And so the representative projects you see here would be ones that have those restrictions and would provide improvements that would hopefully overcome those restrictions. I've been joined by our engineering director, Brajesh Preman. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Do you have anything you want to add to these projects that I just mentioned?
Actually, no, I think Roger actually prepared you well, and I do apologize for that. Apparently, we had a little conflict because Roger, ironically, got scheduled for a meeting with Kuna president. So he was trying to balance both of them at the same time. So he's running late coming here, so we do apologize for that. But he's trying to finish up and cut across here. But Claude actually hit everything well. To the little table on the far right, the little image, that is the model that, everything that we gather as part of our process data, how we use to develop our model for storm predictions and analysis. So that image on the right is representative of what we saw during the storm events and how we came up with these projects to help supplement the needs and how to prioritize them within the program itself. So, no, but Claude actually hit everything well. Thank you. Go back home.
All right, next slide. I'll go to the next slide. So I'll let you take this one then.
Okay, so this is actually two really impressive projects that we have going on right now. The tidal protection gate as well as the shore acres tidal gate system. So now keep in mind, we talk about tidal gates, tidal impacts, really and truly, and some of you all have heard me speak about this, and I've shown the tidal surge, the tidal elevations over the period in time, from the 1940s to 1970s, and how that has changed to now. And what we see today is the exceedance of what the average high tide was back in the 1940s to 1950s. So just keep that in mind when we talk about tidal impacts on stormwater systems, which is different from tidal surge. So the intention of some of these systems by installing a tidal gate is actually to keep that tailwater condition lower. So if we can keep it lower, we gain capacity in the stormwater system itself. And that way we can mitigate the long range, the impacts that we are seeing today on sea level rise on the higher tailwater conditions, or even during a king tide condition. And that way we can probably even get some additional capacity out of our existing stormwater systems by also supplementing it with our pump systems. These are two of the example projects that, while we're accelerating it today, will strategically help us in prioritizing the major capital projects coming in the future as well.
So what I'd like to point, of the projects and the representative categories we've talked so far, this one is the one that is the most ambitious for us. We have not done a project like this in St. Pete before. Now, other areas of the country, other areas of the world have, but we have not. And so the preliminary engineering reports that we're doing for these, we're hoping are going to show that they are feasible projects, but it's possible that it will show that it's not. One of the things that for these tidal gate systems that we've seen where they've been successful in other parts of the world is that they use a combination of engineered barriers as well as natural barriers to create one continuous barrier. That's the approach that we believe we'll be able to successfully implement here. I also want to point out that these two are the representative projects to be done under the GEO bond, but they are not the only projects that we're looking at that addresses this issue. I do want to remind us that we have, matter of fact, I'll go ahead and go to the next one. We have a lot of work proposed over the next 5 years already embedded in our utility fees. Specifically in stormwater, we are proposing over the next 5-year period about just under $200 million worth of projects to be done using utility fees. The general obligation bond and the CDBG-DR would add an additional $271 million to that. And so of the representative projects we're showing, I want everybody to be clear, those aren't the only projects we're going to be working on. We're going to be working on other projects at the same time. And so one of the other neighborhoods that we are looking at in terms of having this tidal resiliency is the Riviera Bay community. And our team has started looking at how we might be able to use the natural contours of the area in the northeast part of the city, combined with the potential tidal barrier to provide a protection for that community too. And as we move forward with these kinds of projects, we'll learn what works and what doesn't work and what can be applied to other areas of the city. I anticipate that we will be looking at other areas that may be able to benefit as we move forward. But you know, we talked about SPAR, and one of the reasons we're pursuing SPAR is to accelerate resilience projects. And I think this graph clearly shows how even without the GEO bonds, we're proposing to accelerate based, compared to our past abilities. But with the GEO bond, we would really be able to accelerate these projects moving forward. All right, so for water and wastewater, I'm going to ask our Water Resources Director, John Palanchar, if he'd join me and walk us through these projects and how his team came up with them.
Thank you, Claude. Thank you, committee. John Palanchar, Water Resources Director for the City of St. Petersburg. So I want to be clear as I go through. I'm going to be talking about the types of projects that we identified that have resiliency components that would value from being accelerated. These example projects listed below are examples of the types of projects. We have a lot of conceptual work that we still need to do to validate a lot of these projects, and so the exact mix of projects that would be delivered under the GEO bond is still something that needs to be refined and solidified. But for the water distribution infrastructure, the types of projects that we focused on bringing forward are things that affect our customers, specifically around the issuance of boil water notices. Most residents can manage during an event that causes a boil water notice, but for households that have vulnerable populations, hospitals, assisted living facilities, this is a critical point of resiliency for these facilities. And so we identified projects that would reduce the likelihood, length, severity of boil water notices for the community. Additionally, we identified systems that could provide redundancy in looped systems. A break on a system that is not looped means the entire downstream population from that non-loop system is without water. And so identifying vulnerable pipes by age, condition, or by having only a single way single non-loop system to provide that. By identifying those and repairing or replacing those or looping that system, that then provides that redundancy to that population. So there's not just a single pipe in, there's multiple pipes, and the pipes that are providing those are new and reliable. So those are some of the projects that we've identified. Additionally, pipe sizing and looping is important for fire suppression. After an event, if there is a fire and you do not have adequate pressure to provide firefighting water, that becomes a life safety issue. And so identifying projects that can ensure the appropriate flow and pressure after an event to provide fire protection are additionally some of the other projects. And so that is how some of these representative projects were identified on the water distribution side. Going into the water treatment and supply infrastructure, what we looked at for identifying and accelerating projects on the treatment and supply infrastructure were power outages, backup power generation at our pumping and treatment facilities is critical. Extended outages follow almost every major storm in this region. And so where backup generation is not sized correctly, the system has the potential to lose that water production capacity. And so resident returning after a storm, there is no power to provide that water. That is a critical point of being able to be able to remain resilient and recover quickly after an event. Additionally, we identified aging storage tanks at our pump stations, the Oberlin and Washington Terrace pump station. These tanks are at the end of their service life, and the configuration of those tanks is such that we cannot make use of the full volume of stored water. Stored water is critical during an emergency event. The water that we have on hand at the pump station is the water that we have to immediately provide to our customers in the event of loss of water from either Tampa Bay Water or from Cosme. And so taking those tanks and increasing the usable capacity of that storage tank is a resiliency effort that can help our residents to have potable water directly after a storm. And then storm hardening of facilities. So elevating our facilities in critical areas, being able to provide higher electrical controls for those facilities. So that covers the drinking water system. The next two slides are going to start with the collection system that serves all of our residents and businesses. So what we identified here are lift stations. Lift stations provide service to all of our customers within the city. The Pinellas County is relatively flat, as you've all been probably aware of. These low-lying neighborhoods are the most vulnerable and exposed to storm events. This project will address elevating that critical infrastructure, just calling back to Claude's slide on the difference between a SPAR lift station and a non-SPAR lift station. So this is identifying those, elevating that electrical infrastructure, putting in permanent generators for that. Additionally, we identified elements that reduce regulatory exposure. We have just gotten off of a consent order with DEP for discharges that occurred almost 10 years ago now, when I first started with the city. And those discharges were the direct result of storm events. And so investing money in storm resiliency and hardening to be able to reduce or eliminate unauthorized discharges puts that money in our control to direct those projects rather than being placed under a consent order. Sorry, I wasn't quite done. Yeah, and the other one are inflow and infiltration. And so, the other projects that we identified were focused on inflow and infiltration. Deteriorating laterals allow groundwater and surface water to enter our collection system during heavy rainfall events, can back up our collection system and enter homes and businesses. And so we identified that as additional focus for GO bond type funding. No, thank you, sir. Sorry. And then on our wastewater treatment infrastructure, we identified a critical need for operations and maintenance and for wet weather storage. During high flow events like a storm, being able to equalize or store that wet weather so that our treatment plants are not overwhelmed is critical. If we are not storing that wet weather volume, then our plants become overwhelmed. We're not able to take all that water off of the collection system. When we can't take all that water off the collection system, it backs up into homes and businesses. And a home or business that does not have sewer service really, as we saw during Helene and Milton, can significantly impact our ability to return to normal. And so it not only protects our critical facilities, people that are sheltering in place during an event, but our ability to recover quickly after event and restore normal services. So in addition to that wet weather equalization, we also are lifting our operational facilities. And if you recall, two of our facilities for sure, Southwest and Northeast, are within low-lying areas. So being able to provide a elevated, hardened, safe place for our operators to respond to an event and be able to respond quickly after the event has passed is an important way of mitigating these types of mitigating a storm event. So those, I guess that completes the slides that I was going to speak to. In short, these infrastructure improvements that we identified through the GEO bond are improvements that we can accelerate so that in the event of a storm or natural disaster, we can recover quickly and be able to bring our city back. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So that concludes our discussion of the representative projects, and now I'd like to turn it over to Chris to talk about the proposed resolution and ballot question.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, and good morning. Good morning, committee members. I'm Chris Rowe. I'm with the law firm Bryant Miller Olive, which serves as the city's we routinely help our local government clients with general obligation bond issues and assist with the preparation of the bond referendum. The resolution you have before you, I prepared the initial draft of it. It has been revised and refined over time with the input of staff. It's relatively straightforward, it's concise, and it's consistent with the formatting utilized by the city for recent referenda not involving general obligation bonds. It includes a section that basically cites to the legal authority governing general obligation bonds. It includes a number of legislative findings which basically tell the story of the objective behind issuing general obligation bonds to finance the improvements. It includes an authorization section for the issuance of the bonds subject to voter approval at the referendum, and also certain key parameters, namely the maximum amount of the debt that can be issued, the maximum rate of interest the debt can bear, the term of the bonds not exceeding 30 years, and also importantly it provides that the bonds can be issued in series over time. In other words, it's not necessary if bonds are approved at referendum to issue the entire amount all in one, but you can issue over time as the money is needed to undertake these various improvement projects. It calls and schedules the referendum to be held in conjunction with the general election this November. It approves the form of the ballot question, importantly. The law on the ballot question itself is that you have to convey to the electorate a general description of what you intend to use the bonds for, as well as key details about the bonds, the parameters I mentioned earlier. It provides for notice of the referendum in accordance with Florida law. There's a publication requirement for the referendum. It includes a declaration of official intent to reimburse the city. Under the federal laws governing tax-exempt bond issuances, you can reimburse yourself for expenses incurred in furtherance of capital improvement projects before the bonds are actually issued, as long as you express your intent to do so. And this expression basically establishes the line at the point in time before which you can basically reimburse yourself from bond proceeds. Importantly, it includes an appendix that lists exemplary projects. Both the appendix and the resolution itself are clear that the city is not committing to make any of the improvements, but rather the list is exemplary and illustrative. It basically says these are the types of projects we may undertake. The projects we actually finance with GEO bonds may differ over time. The projects themselves listed in the appendix are many of those covered by the staff presentation this morning. And with that, I'm glad to answer any questions the committee might have about bonds.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right, we're going to go to committee members. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for the presentation this morning. I will try to be brief because we've only got about 30 minutes for City Council. So I'm just going to kind of dive right in, and I guess I want to start. And I understand, Chris, what you were just saying is that, we aren't committing specifically to exactly every single project that is in Appendix A. That this is a example, a sample, if you will, of projects that, we're telling the voters are in our plan and we may get to if they determine to be feasible. And I understand that. And I certainly want to be very clear that I support all of these citywide upgrades that are listed in here, because that is very important. As we're upgrading, other, like there is in one of them, I made a note here of like the wet weather equalization storage tanks and things like those are the kind of projects that we need to do citywide. So I support those, but what I want to get into today is really some of this stuff that is listed in here that's very locational specific. And I have a challenge because you're telling us in the earliest slides here that a lot of this is based upon flood zone. And I take a little bit of, challenge with that, because I have said a million times, I'll continue saying, because it is a good public service announcement, X is a flood zone, and everything in our city is in a flood zone. But what I am looking for us to get to is what the balance is about the most high priority areas. And AE flood zones have been having challenges for at least 5-10 years, specifically 5 or 6 since we had Tropical Storm Eta. And so when I look at your list of locational specific projects, if I count the number of stars that are on this map on slide 16 or 18, there are 15 of them. But when I go through your list that is in Appendix A, I came up with 13. And maybe 1 or 2 off, but in the overall, I kind of did the percentage based upon district. We've got District 1 getting 23% and District 3 having 23%. We have Districts 6 and 8 getting 15%. We have Districts 2, 3, and 5, and 7 getting 8%, and District 4 not having anything that I could see from the list that's in Appendix A. That is not a clear spread across the city, and it certainly is not prioritizing the areas of greatest need. So I'm going to talk specifically about District 2 because that's the district that I represent. It's 95% within the coastal high hazard. There is one specific program or one specific project laid out in Appendix A that is located in District 2. So only 8% of these specific projects are going to affect the district that lies 95% within the coastal high hazard. Please tell me how, as a council member, I educate my district on this plan and get their buy-in when they are seeing that these projects are not proportionally spread out.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the opportunity to share the thought process behind the selection of these. I am going to depend on my engineers who have dived into these very detailed to talk about what we know about these areas and what we have planned, not only under the GEO bond, but the utility fees and moving forward.
Hi.
Thank you for the question. And this is a valid question because, in developing these projects, these example projects, I want to make that clear as well, these example or representative type of projects, and that's the key objective to take away, is that these may not be the definite projects. These are the example of the type of projects that would be funded or accelerated. So we accelerated these to evaluate them. These may not be the ones that we'll finally move forward with. There may be other ones that will be implemented. So Claude touched on an example of where we're looking at, even though it's 1 star in District 2, but that major project looks at an entire corridor improvements itself, changing or working within the floodplain and understanding the contour elevation so that we mitigate the risk of the surge, and how do we break those transition zones. But that's one project. So to look at it and say, okay, it's 1 star related to 15 stars, I get the perspective, but I think the most important thing to share is that these are representative projects. And I'll use an example. If I share representative projects of what we do in districts across the city, I may see 15 small stars in a neighborhood, but those may be 15 small sidewalk projects, and then there may be 1 larger star in another neighborhood. That's a major corridor improvement. So I shared it's a very difficult situation for you all to be in as council members, how to explain these to your residents and your residents within the community who've elected you. But it really boils down to these example projects. We are always going to assess it based on the highest risk for the community as a whole. And yes, some of these may be within floodplain, but they're upstream systems because we know, based on the experience from Milton, just because you're in a coastal high hazard, you could still have impacts way inland. So it's balancing those risks and understanding where do we sequentially implement projects that the improvements are compounding on each other. That's the key element.
And I agree with that, and I almost wish that was the message that we were looking here to send forward in Appendix A versus breaking down specific projects like this, because it feels like we're going out and we're saying, okay, here's all these projects, the devil's in the details,
Yeah.
trust us that we're going to make sure that we fund the right projects, and trust us, we will spread it across the city.
Okay.
I mean, I just met with Riviera Bay the other night. President is here today, so she came to listen, and it is just going to be a really hard pill for them to swallow. All 1,200 homes sustained some level of damage during Hurricane Helene. 116th road improvements are not going to help them. So I think that, that particular piece of it is going to be really challenging for people. And I support us putting this forward to the residents and having them make a choice. I just think in some areas of the city, we're going to have to do better to help them understand the impacts of these larger scale projects, because people they're frustrated, they're worried. They feel like even if they've been able to get back in their home, we're just one hurricane season away from another event damaging them again and maybe not being able to be rebuilt this time. And I just really worry about the messaging. Messaging is so important. And I know in the PSNI meeting on May 14th, it's going to be communication-based. So I hope between now and then we can kind of get some of this pinned down. Because I just think for some areas, 0% that I see specifically for District 4, 8% for numerous other districts. It's a hard pill for people to swallow when you're saying that everyone is going to be taxed evenly.
Yeah, I fully understand what you're saying. I think the communication as far as how we convey the intent of these projects, as far as the benefits, I think we could definitely look at that, because you bring up some very valid points, and it is something that we'll have to look at as far as how we address the communication element within it.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, thank you. I'm not familiar with, can we go back to the resolution itself, the wording? My first time, not familiar. I assume this is what I would see when I walk into to vote. This is what I would read on the ballot.
Yes, sir.
So my question is, it is very explanatory in what it explains, but what it doesn't address, and I'd like you to comment on it. It doesn't talk about what I'm voting on is taxing myself more. I don't understand how that. Does that make sense? I understand exactly what's in there, and that all sounds great. But what we're asking the voters is to agree to let us tax them more. And I don't see that in there, and I don't know how that can you walk me through, my question is a bit nebulous, but do you see where I'm going?
Yes, sir. The general concept is included, the way the ballot question is written out, in basically the last clause, pledging the city's full faith credit and unlimited ad valorem taxing power. That's basically the legalese for you're voting to approve an additional ad valorem tax that you'll be responsible for paying, ultimately, to repay the debt. That concept is embedded there. It's not as express as I think you're asking about. Could it be made more express? That I haven't seen it worded that way, but it's possible.
If I walked in and read that, I wouldn't understand. Prior to the past year of information flowing into my head from this job, I wouldn't necessarily understand that what I'm being asked to do is, and I'm fully supportive of all this, but I want to make sure that the average voter understands that we're asking for some more money for some really good stuff, but I don't see it in there.
Understood.
But this is standard. This is okay.
That's how it is typically written. It doesn't have to be that way. It can be modified. This is sort of a tried and true method that we've seen used not only for the clients we help, but others who engage in.
I completely understand. This meets all the this meets all the legal requirements, and stops there. Okay, you've done your job. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for your time today.
Of course, thank you.
Can we go back to Erica's presentation on the water bills versus the GEO bond? Erica, I apologize. I didn't follow this exactly. Help me understand. The $486.12, that is if we wrote a bond through Claude's department.
That's if we do the normal rate study path, so pay-go and.
Okay, so that's just pay as you go.
And that's annual, right? So that's not
Yeah, yeah.
each month. So that's your annual additional. So if you look at 12 months, go bond, because you pay it once on your property tax bill, or 12 months of utility rate increase to fund these projects, that's kind of the average to try to do a comparison.
Okay, so just to make sure, the 486 represents pay as you go, not issuing a bond through.
That'll include 50/50, so pay-go with a revenue bond. So our normal utility rate programs, pay-go and revenue bonds over the long term. So when he had a slide that kind of goes out maybe 10, 20 years for SPAR, the GEO bond would accelerate the spend of the projects to have the work done on capital projects sooner, but it does also spread over 30 years, the payment. So the GEO bond will be on the property tax bill for 30 years.
Right.
For a homeowner. So it's showing that kind of difference, but this is kind of the most comparable impact you can show to a resident and how it spreads from different assessed value. So who would be paying more based on your assessed value, but over years, but we also issue bonds over 30 years, revenue bonds. So we're issuing debt either way, but at different times and slowing projects down how fast they can be executed, I guess.
Okay, and as it relates to timing, do we have 30 years from the vote, or as we borrow more money? We're going to borrow some money in 15 years to do some projects. Does that money need to be paid back in 15 years, or is it written as a separate portion of the bond?
30 years starts when you issue the debt.
Okay.
So each series that we issue after approval, that will be 30 years.
So this could go on for 60 years if we.
Right, and so I
okay.
asked the same question, like, does that expire? Does the voter referendum approval expire?
Right, that's what I was getting to.
600 million, and it's typically it does not, I think was the answer.
Based on issuance?
Yeah, but the purpose of doing it is so that we can issue sooner, get the project
I
done
understand,
sooner, and
yeah.
not wait 15 years.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Claude, thank you very much. Claude, you had a slide on CIP versus resilience. And I want to right up one back. I want to understand the philosophical way we think about spending money on stormwater, water, and wastewater projects changed after the storms, correct? To a degree.
Yes, the storms verified what we had been anticipating based off of our stormwater master plan. As part of our stormwater master plan, we had come up with areas of the city that we call flood plains.
Yep.
And so the storms actually verified those.
And so I want to understand philosophically, and it's a little tangential to what we're talking about, but if we could just take a minute, that 2.7 billion that fits in the SPAR program, that is not all resilient work, right? So back to your slide of the two lift stations. We were going to build them anyway.
Correct.
But this one is now being hardened.
Correct.
And so that 2.7 billion represents that entire lift station in its entirety.
Correct.
Not just the portion of it money-wise that makes it resilient.
Correct.
And here's ultimately my question that I'm trying to get to. We could make this city just as safe as the day is long. We could protect ourselves from everything, but we would run out of money. And so I'm wondering philosophically, how do we look at next year we need to do 10 projects? But by moving into a much higher level of resilience, if you will, the first 7 projects are going to cost us more, and we're not going to be able to do 10. We're only going to be able to do 8 because we need to apportion more money to the resilience portion of this. How did we arrive at that? Because we're going to be taking money from future projects in order to harden current projects. Philosophically, I'm struggling with ultimately the Northeast water plant. We took it offline, and forget all the details around it. But it was offline for 2 or 3 days, right?
12 hours.
It was offline for 12 hours.
It felt like long.
Yes. Yeah. But and please don't misunderstand. I'm just talking philosophically, but we spent millions of dollars since then to make sure that 12 hours doesn't happen again.
Correct.
And in that bubble, that seems like the right thing to do. But those millions of dollars could have gone to projects that we can't fund now because of that. So how do we go through that process of how resilient is too resilient? That's a tough question.
It is a tough question, and part of it is informed as we move forward with the preliminary engineering studies for the different projects. That gives us more information on how much more it would cost for us to build that resilience in. And then part of that process is the annual budget process where we come to you with the proposed CIP for the upcoming year. As you know, the CIP we have for 5 years from now, it's going to change slightly by the time we get to 1 year away. As we get more information, we have these conversations. And I know in the past we've had a few projects that were advancing on the CIP, but when it got close to being done and we looked at the cost to benefit of providing that resilience, that project ended up not being pursued. So it's these constant conversations that we have with the engineers, with council, with the citizens that helps us determine what we're going to do and what we're not going to do.
Okay.
And
yes, sir.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, council member, but I would maybe even say, and I don't want you to take this incorrectly, but we're having that conversation kind of right now, right? We're talking about, do we want to, go to our voters and ask them to add additional resources to address some needs that we have identified? So, in some ways, we're having that conversation right now about what the future looks like and how much to appropriate towards these initiatives. So.
And I appreciate that. My point on that is there an anti-Claude that is sitting on the other side of the table saying, hey, you know what? Let's just plan on, if we have another storm like this in the next 50 years, we're just going to take our water system offline for 24 hours. Now, that's horrible, but we're going to get much better at communicating with everyone, and we're going to save ourselves $40 million. We're going to use that $40 million to do other good things that need to be done. And that is the debate that I wanted to hear about and that I want to understand better. I applaud the city and the administration and your team for looking at resilience. But there's definitely a part where we don't need to be that resilient compared to the fact that we can't pull off projects that need to be pulled off. There somewhere in there is the balance, and that's what I wanted to understand better. My last question, and I'm not sure who to pose this to, Tom, if you want to take a stab at it, and Claude, you actually read it. However, not all city property owners are utility customers, and not all utility customers are property owners. So what we're talking about here is instituting a property tax that will be charged to all property owners in accordance with the value of their property. Not all property owners are utility users. I would assume that number is very small. They're empty plots of land, right? So there aren't many who don't. Yes, sir.
So I would suggest that property owners that rent their property out to tenants, it is the tenants that pay the utility bill, not the property owner. And so that's a situation where the property owner wouldn't necessarily be a utility rate.
Okay, but I understand what you're saying, but inconsequential because the use is still being paid for by someone in the city. But we service communities outside of the city. And we service Tierra Verde, and I'm not sure of all of them. But my question is, in terms of dollars or volume, how big of a part of that is it inside the system? Is it 1% of the water and sewer that we produce and take back? Is it 10%? And the reason I ask is it is a lot of this, not all of it, but a lot of this will involve those customers that we have, and they're not picking up the tab for it. They're not participating in the cost of it. And if they're sort of low dollar, it wouldn't be a big deal. But we're talking about $600 million. So I wanted to get an idea of the percentage of this ecosystem, water and sewer, that we produce each year. How much of it is provided to external users?
So I'll take a first shot at that and just say, first and foremost, all the stormwater components are within the city of St. Petersburg. So we're talking about a subset of the total 600. So as you hit on it, it's the water.
And I'm with you. We're still over $300. $300 million. But
and Erica is showing me a slide, and I don't know that I can read it right off the top. Maybe.
So on millions of gallons per day for water consumption, our disclosure out there on the market, so we have 23.4, 16.4 is residential, 6.04 is commercial, wholesale is 0.9. So of 23.4 million gallons per day, 0.9 is wholesale water.
What was the total again?
23.4.
Okay, so somewhere around 4%, roughly.
Yeah. I believe that's all built into our rates, though. We have capital rates built into our wholesale agreements.
That would be my next question is, at 4%, we're actually talking about an amount of money, but does that somehow work its way out with since the citizens of the city proper are picking up the CIP tab? In its entirety, is some of that money returned in some way to the city or to the taxpayers of St. Pete in that 4% that we're providing in a difference in rates that we're wholesaling?
We have different agreements with each of those wholesale customers, and it builds in operating and capital rates to recapture.
Okay, so and they're we can change those as we go.
Yes, I think we have.
As they renew.
They all have different renewal dates. Yes.
Understood. You all have done a tremendous amount of work, Claude. Thank you very much to you and your team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, so.
That's okay. I think everybody else is ready to go.
Next? Okay, thank you. And thanks to all of you for your work, and to this committee for your work on this topic up until now. I liked the conversation earlier talking about how projects in one neighborhood or one district can have an effect that reaches a far wider area. I think going forward, when the communications are done around this, showing that on maps would be important. So give me more than just a star, but do one map with one star and show everything that is affected by that. I love talking about the Basin Sea project. I love talking about the Salt Creek Pump Station, not only because I helped work to get it going, but it affects far more than the Bartlett Park neighborhood. And because I have spent so much time talking with Braj, I am very comfortable with explaining it and explaining all of the neighborhoods. People, their eyes get wide when I tell them, we're putting it here, and actually it's going to help folks over around Lake Magori. Guess what? That's a different council district. So I don't care where the star is. I care what the radius is, what the area is of our residents who are going to be helped by this. That's the story that needs to be told over and over and over again. It also, I think, would be helpful to be clear and use examples of things we're already doing and get away from talking about what we might do. Yeah, there's plenty of that. But one of the concerns that I have about voter perception on this is the part of the language that says includes but is not limited to. There are a lot of people out there who are quite cynical and quite skeptical of the government, and I think there are many who would look at that and say, there they go again. So the story that we tell about what this is going to be for, the more prescriptive it can be, the more restrictive it can be, the more accountability we show that will be there, the better the chances are of this getting passed. Claude, what are, aside from what you have already told us, you said you've been out talking with different groups, neighborhoods, chamber. What are the most common, after you explain everything, what are the most common questions and concerns that you're getting?
All the things that you guys have brought up today.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
So, finally, I'm really sure, like I have twice as many questions, but this is the last one I'm going to have for today. At the end of the day, it comes down to money, right? That's the first thing that's going to be on people's minds. So, what do you say when a resident with, you know, when a resident says, why don't you just take 0.96 mils from what I'm already paying and put that into a separate fund? Because you guys are taxing us enough, and maybe you need to take it out of what I'm already giving you and start living within your means, government, like we have to. How do we respond to that? Because that's a question that I can't answer.
Absolutely. It's a challenging question, but I know this committee knows very well and council knows very well that every penny of our ad valorem taxes doesn't even cover our police and fire expense on an annual basis. So I know it's a disconnect with our citizens that there's this, I don't think the citizens understand that we have a lot of revenues that we collect from sales taxes, which, basically a third of that comes from visitors to our community, which we're super grateful for. But so that is a communication gap that we will have to address. But that's an ongoing education with residents who are busy with their daily lives. They're not paying attention to all of the things that we do on a daily basis, and it is a disconnect for citizens. Absolutely.
And we already have folks who say, I pay this, I don't see it coming back to me, and now we're saying, okay, yeah, but could you give us some more? And I think that's a challenge that we're going to have to, that someone is going to have to figure out how to work through in order to get this passed, if this is the road that we go down. So thank you again for all of the work. I have these concerns about it. The communication is everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chris, did you want to take a second?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to note that the ultimate limitation on the city's ability to spend the bond proceeds for projects is the text of the ballot question itself, which is approved by the voters. The text can be super specific and literally identify a given project. For instance, shall the bond proceeds be used to finance a new city hall at the corner of Elm and Main Street? Or it can be very, very broad. What we have found over time, we field many questions regarding, hey, can we use the proceeds of the bonds that were already approved by referendum for a given purpose? The cities will ask us, do you think this fits within the limitation of the bond question? What we found is having flexibility built in by things like, rather than defining concrete projects, have broad categories: water, wastewater, stormwater, and including language like including but not limited to. It preserves flexibility to basically be agile and use the money in the future for things that might not be on the menu right now. Circumstances may change, and to the extent you can have some flexibility, we found that's very, very helpful. Now, I do appreciate that there may be some balancing there between specificity of use may actually increase the public support and the voter approval of the referendum versus super broad categories that, you know, we might not get as much buy-in. But after making that analysis, we have found, on the whole, broader, more generalized is better because it does preserve flexibility moving forward for the use of the bond proceeds. It may be that a given bond series isn't issued for 5 or 6 years for projects that may not be on the radar now, but which are nonetheless determined to be of use to the city.
I've been wondering, asking myself if the beginning part, shall the city finance storm resilience improvements, if that's going to be restrictive enough for someone to feel comfortable voting for this. So, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Yeah, just real quick. I have a lot of things that I want to go over, but I'm just going to stick to one for today because of time constraints, and we'll have more time to talk about this in the future. The slide that has the stars on it, it's just for stormwater. But we've spent a lot of time talking about this today, and I think that an image like with the map with the stars that includes everything, and to Councilmember Driscoll's point, like how Councilmember Driscoll pointed out, like, oh, some of these stormwater projects will have impacts beyond just where that star is. Well, the wastewater projects will have impacts in broad areas. So like a map that, so honestly, I think if you could make an argument that you could make a map that like covers almost every square inch of the city. Something like that like has layers to it and be like, oh, this is who will be impacted by the wastewater thing. I think will clear up a lot of the conversation we've had today because we've already talked, again, to Councilmember Gabbard's point, we're like, oh, there's only so many points things in here for District 2, but then you mentioned surge flooding, and like this map's just not going to attack that at all because it's a stormwater thing. So I think if we could have like a layered image that we could share with people to show geographically how it will impact them, I think that would be helpful. I'll leave it there though, right, for now. I appreciate getting a second to
Thank you very much, Councilmember Floyd. Councilmember Fig Silvers.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just wanted to be mindful in the terminology that we use. A lot of times when we say everyone knows ad valorem doesn't cover, everyone doesn't know.
Right.
When, you know, this is normal legal language. Everybody doesn't know what normal legal language is. And the constituent that's going to vote on this, that is ultimately going to be responsible financially for this, doesn't interpret everything that we've taken the last hour for us to even understand. Because it wasn't until I got in this position that I even knew what a lot of those our dollars and tax dollars are paying for. So I just want us to be mindful when we, in our professionalism, use terminologies that we expect other people to understand, that they really don't. So I guess, you know, going back to that particular graphic with the stars, if I were to see that not being a part of this conversation, I would think the same thing that Councilmember Gabbard said. These are the only places where these dollars are going to be spent. Being here, I understood what Councilmember Driscoll was saying, because I do know that some of the stormwater projects that are in her district are going to impact mine, and I had Brigitte to thank for that understanding. But I would not have known that had I not had access to an engineer to explain that to me. So I just need us to be mindful in some of the information that we use to kind of educate or in this case, our voters, because they're going to be the ones paying this. If we can be a little bit more visually explanatory on a smaller level and a general level, so that we can take these explanations back to our constituents to kind of make it easier for them to understand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Like I said, I think staff and legal got some input, so thank you. This will come back to PSNI on May 14th for the communications conversation. As far as BF&T, we've got second quarter financial reports on May 14th, along with the annual review of the city investment policies. And then on June 4th, 2026, we'll have our management evaluation review of the RFP proposals for billing and collections department. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, BF&T is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
Who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
Welcome to Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. This is a place where you can get your feet wet, your mind's engaged, and your heart happy.
This is a marine education center, and we use it for field trips like the one that you're gonna have today.
We're here observing an education program, a partnership with USF St. Pete that gives students in our community the opportunity to learn about our environment, to learn about oceanography, and have really a hands-on experience that many of them have never had before.
Ready? Yeah, let's go!
We're going to be measuring surface temperature, we're going to be measuring fish, looking at plankton, really just seeing all the things that, the nature has for us.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell. Okay. A crab. A crab.
We teach science the way we do our science. They're very authentic ways of doing things and measuring the cloud cover or the surface temperature. Students are learning to do that from their classroom setting, and then to be the experts by the time they visit Clam Bayou, where they take the same data in a natural, less developed setting and share that data with NASA. And that NASA data is then used by scientists all over the world. So the idea is to begin with teachers. Teachers first become comfortable and become the students, if you will, for a week, a couple weeks before school starts.
We want the teachers to feel comfortable with the things that they are learning so that they can go back to their classroom and equip their students in a way that is hands-on and engaging and that brings a love and curiosity for the environmental stewardship that we have right here at the Clam Bayou.
Partnerships are extremely important when it comes to reaching our youth. We're like the torso, right? Like we have the resources, but we aren't necessarily the arms and the legs. We can distribute the resources and through partnership to the arms and the legs. So that might be our local colleges or our local nonprofits, our businesses. Through the use of their arms, we move things around, and through the use of their legs, we move forward.
I see it moving. Oh yeah, look, there's a couple pods.
We were over at the mangroves, and one of my students who never talks in class, I mean, he's just the most quiet kid. He's like shouting out the answer to what detritus is. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's speaking. So I'm like really glad that he got that moment to, you know, be heard and have a voice.
We asked a young man, what do you want to do? He says, I want to be a marine biologist. And that is exactly what we want to see. Kids thinking about their future, finding paths that they can make to be successful, and making sure that we facilitate that progress for them.
I hope that they all leave with some sort of curiosity. They leave with a question. Maybe we didn't answer everything for them, and they have to go on their own and inquire about it. Because no matter what you do in life, having that quizzical nature is necessary and will help you throughout both the lulls and the highs.
Clam Bayou was really fun. First, we went to go learn about plankton, then we went into the water. It was really cool. We caught all sorts of fish, 22 fish to be exact.
Can I hold that?
We just learned about mangroves, how they like absorb, and they have like some have salt on the back and that you can eat, but you can't eat the front because there's no salt on it. And they also can protect buildings, how like if a tornado or hurricanes come, it can protect the buildings.
We looked at microscopes to find plankton, and we got to draw the plankton that we saw. There was like these different organisms. It was clear. It was see-through.
I would tell them it's a whole bunch of fishing, a whole bunch of water. I would tell you there's people that will help you. You get to learn a lot of stuff. That's what I would really tell them.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my paintings. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's water resources department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
You see the pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it would make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control: where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control: being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics. Cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Good morning, everyone. We'll call to order the City Council Economic and Workforce Development Committee meeting for April 16th, 2026. Could we start with a roll call, please?
Driscoll.
Here.
Harding. Here. Vic Sanders. Givens. Here. Curtis.
Here.
Thank you. Committee members, we have an agenda before us for today's meeting. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We also have the approval of the March 26, 2026 meeting minutes, which were contained in the packet. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. And now on to our new business for today. We have a discussion on Main Street districts, including how the city currently supports Main Street districts and potential funding options for increased annual financial support. This was brought forward by Councilmember Givens, and so with that, I'd love to have an introduction from you if you'd like.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. Driscoll. I appreciate everybody today, and I appreciate the administration's hard work on this effort. I know this was something that I brought forward initially because I wanted us to kind of look at how we can support our Main Street districts additionally. I know there's a lot of support that the city currently provides as far as technically, but I also wanted to find out how we can find potential additional funding for these Main Street districts. Currently, a lot of the funds that we allocate to them go toward the salaries of those executive directors for those Main Streets, but there's a lot of events and productions and activities and festivals that go on within these Main Streets that really support those businesses. So I wanted to find out, you know, with inflation and the cost of living increasing, was there a way for us to find additional dollars in some sort of economic or workforce development pot? So that's where we are today, and I appreciate you all. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And presenting with us from the city staff side, we have Economic Development Manager Andrea Falvey and Economic Development Officer Gary Jones. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for both the opportunity to be here this morning to talk about a program just very near and dear to our hearts at the staff level, our Main Street program. And specific thanks to Councilmember Givens for bringing the item forward and giving us an opportunity to discuss this program with you all. So I'll turn it over to Gary Jones. He is our long-term Main Street manager here at the city, and he'll walk you through both the national Main Street model and then how the program looks here at the local level. Gary?
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. And thank you, council members, for having us here today to talk about the Main Street program. I want to take this opportunity to give you an overview. You know, the more that we can educate is great. So I want to talk about the national Main Street model, and then I'll get into the St. Petersburg Main Street program. So with that, the national Main Street model was kind of a history. This program started in 1977 through the National Historic Preservation for Trust. This is a historic preservation program. Back if the interstate system started decimating small towns, Walmart started coming in on the fringes of towns, stores, really in the 60s and 70s for both of those. And so the traditional commercial districts of small towns started to become empty, and born out of that, the trust, historic trust, they wanted to preserve buildings and preserve the history of those small towns. So it was born in the 70s, established in the 80s, expanded to all states in the mid-1980s. It also became more relevant when shopping malls became prevalent in the 70s and the 80s, started going on the outskirts of not so much small towns, but bigger towns. And so it really started to impact the traditional commercial areas, and this program was born out of preserving the history of those small towns and even medium towns. So in 1990, you can see how many, after about 10 years, 31 states, 600 communities. There have been, 1,000 plus communities across the country in virtually every state that has had a Main Street. And it is a national program that is often run by the states, but there's resources from both the national and the state organizations. In 1990, they also expanded to urban areas. Really, the shopping mall was prevalent in really hurting towns and even larger cities, and started getting the rise of suburbia. And so it was seen that this program could help all traditional commercial districts, whether they were a small town or not. And to let you know, in Florida, there are about 50 programs that are under the Main Street program, and it comes and goes. There's anywhere from 40 to 60. Some you may know, Plant City. There are four here in St. Petersburg. There's also Newberry, Leesburg. Melbourne has 2 programs. Venice has a program. Port Richey comes and goes. But there's Crestview and the Panhandle, and numerous programs that are located throughout the state. And the Florida Main Street program approved them in larger cities such as St. Pete, knowing that the traditional commercial districts were also able to be assisted by this program in the mid-90s. Grand Central and Deuces Live were the first 2 main streets to come on board in St. Petersburg. We first applied in 2000, were denied, and then in 2001. It was a very competitive program. I believe it still is. However, back when it was first started for larger cities, it was a very competitive program. And so in 2001, both Deuces Live, at the time it was 22nd Street Business District, and Grand Central were given Florida Main Street designation. Then in 2014, the EDGE was designated and the Skyway Marina District program began. Skyway Marina District is not a traditional commercial district, does not have historic preservation as a top concern for that district, as a main concern. So they were ineligible to apply for official designation. However, we apply the same contract to the Skyway Marina District as we do to all of the other districts. They abide by the same principles, the same policies. They do everything that the other main streets do. So we consider them in the St. Petersburg Main Street program. So what is Main Street? It's community driven. This is grassroots. There is one paid employee typically. There can be an assistant, usually it's one. It is truly volunteer driven. It's business managed. Now, the way that we look at it, historic preservation is important, but economic development is a driving factor of this program for us, and I think it's seen nationwide as really, 1A and 1B now. Economic development and historic preservation go hand in hand. It is a partnership with the city, always has been. We've supported all the main streets since their inception financially and with technical resources. It's a professional nonprofit organization. All 4 of our main streets are 501c3s, and that's typically the way it is. So they're professionally run. They have rules and regulations that they abide by outside of the city agreement. We can't overlook it is a district improvement program. This is usually what gets people most excited, is improvements of physical improvements in design and so forth. And like I said, it's an economic development initiative because we are trying to preserve jobs, trying to preserve small businesses and local businesses. It's a national business improvement program. This is a model that's been now, about 50 years into it. So it's tried and proven. Over 1,000 communities nationwide have taken part, and numerous, close to 100 in Florida, I believe, have taken part. And again, it's a historic preservation advocate. Don't want to lose sight of the mission as to why it was created. So what are the benefits? Why would a district want to become a Main Street? Well, the technical resources that are provided. Main Street, for a lot of these small communities, they do not have the local government power that we have and the resources. So the national program and the state program, they help to provide these technical resources. It's an organization with a bigger voice. As we know, if you have an association, you're going to get more accomplished, you're going to get additional funds, and you're going to accomplish more. The bottom line is also to increase such customer sales traffic to businesses. Again, businesses are supported, and we're trying to keep these businesses afloat, and also to increase the buying potential of the customer. The professional management. There is professional management when you have an executive director and a board that they focus on the principles of Main Street. Again, appearance is always something that gets people most excited when they see streetscape, planter boxes, all of the new stuff. That's usually what people gravitate to the most. And it's something that obviously is important here, is to have a better district appearance and a more vibrant business district. And that's accomplished in a lot of different ways that we'll get into even more. So the quality of life in St. Petersburg, I think, has been improved. How Grand Central and the Deuces Live began, where neighborhoods really stepped in and said, look, the neighborhoods, historic Kenwood, Palmetto Park, and the neighborhoods along the 22nd Street Business District, they were seeing a decline in the areas around them, and those areas were starting to come back, and historic Kenwood and Palmetto Park were rejuvenating. And back in the late 90s, the residents said, look, our neighborhoods are looking up, the business districts aren't. And so we started doing planning, and this was something that we came across the Main Street program and started utilizing it in these areas. We want to keep the businesses in the community, and we also want to increase local revenue. This is about local businesses, local jobs, mom and pop businesses. The main streets usually eschew any chain that comes in that has more than a few locations, and that's generally the way it is. So the Main Street philosophy is to officially to encourage economic development in the context of historic preservation. So the kind of the repurposing of buildings, getting personal service, local ownership, sense of community, that's all in it. Chains do not provide that usually. The management's not here, the dollars don't stay in the community and so forth. So really, we're trying to preserve that context of the economic driver for the community. Not only the businesses, but also the money that's generated by those businesses putting it back into the community. The district volunteers, I cannot emphasize this enough, without the volunteers, that Main Street would not exist. The executive director cannot do everything and is not supposed to do everything or even most of everything. Volunteers are the backbone of the program, and the work of the volunteers determines the success. Very grassroots. So kind of the funding strategy of Main Streets are sponsorships, memberships, the different levels of memberships. The Main Streets over the years have come with different levels, and it started, I was looking back at some of what charges were for memberships, and $10, $20, $30, and now they're into the $100,000, $500,000, $1,000 range, some of them. So memberships generate revenue. Special event revenue is actually what drives a lot of the Main Streets funding throughout Florida. They hold big events. Again, remember that the small towns are not like the city. They host hundreds of events a year. They host several events a year. And this drives revenue for the Main Streets. I know Leesburg used to have an event that would generate, and this was many years ago for my statistics, like $250,000 a year they would make off of it. They'd have one big event and they would focus on that. And some of them really focus a lot on special events. Grants, but grants are really lesser. This isn't really a big revenue generator for Main Streets, and something that they can use. In-kind support, often when there are events, when there's anything, they're looking for volunteers, they're looking for donation of goods, donation of services. This is something that Main Streets use today in the city of St. Petersburg. And then city and county government funds. Usually the city and the counties continue to support Main Streets throughout their life. I will tell you that in the beginning we said we had a 3-year commitment to the Main Streets, and it was something that we were hopeful that the Main Streets could become independent from a financial standpoint, and it's for all Main Streets, I think that is what the goal is. However, it rarely happens. It's just really difficult for Main Streets not to have some sort of government funding. So the organizational structure isn't really any different than you'll see in other structures. This is the official organization structure. The board guides policy just like City Council does for the city of St. Pete. There are committees, the community, and the manager reports to the board of the Main Street, and there are staff and volunteers that the Main Street manager will oversee. This is really no different. This isn't anything. It's similar. But the practical standpoint is that the manager is the daily person answering all the phone calls, going to all the meetings, doing a lot of work, answering to all the different groups of people, whether they be committees, the board, residents, investors, outside groups. So this is really the functional structure. And the manager responsibility, they implement, it's really no different than a city administrator, city manager, or local government. Really, for the most part, they implement the policy for the board. directing daily activities, office staff. They assist in fundraising, committees, and administering contracts. I want to point out that it's really, they're helping to make things happen. The volunteers on the board are really the entity that are supposed to be the impetus for also getting things done. It's just not a one-person show for Main Street. That's really important for you to understand. So the Main Street approach, there are 4 pillars, 4 committees. Organization committee, this is often the board, and they build public support for the district. They take on the menial tasks and so forth. They, the Economic Vitality Committee, this used to be called Economic Restructuring Committee many years ago, and the National Main Street changed it to Economic Vitality. The economic restructuring is very, very important because old buildings they're no longer able to be used for what they were intended to be used for in communities. And so this is something that in order to save, in the context of historic preservation and to save the fabric of the community, they are restructuring these buildings and they have now changed it to Vitality, but it's still basically the same thing. Councilmember Harding, you're in a banker, I think it was Banks plumbing supply business that was 25 years ago, and so you're a part of that, and that's great. That's the way it works on Main Street. People like you come in and do things like that. Then there's the design committee that obviously for the physical appearance of the committee, and promotions committee for the special events and marketing the committee. To get into it a little more, the mundane stuff of the organization committee, budget and bylaws, and they do awards, and these are all things they can do. Some of our main streets do these things, some don't, and it's different. It comes and goes as to what they exactly do, but by and large, this is what the standard is for each committee, and the memberships and the sponsorships and the fundraising, and really the boards are important in that, and that's their function. The Economic Vitality Committee. Those buildings are vacant. It's important. In the very beginning for the districts, we held, St. Pete wasn't what it was today 25 years ago, as you know, and we held economic, it was economic restructuring meetings with real estate community, taking them on tours of buildings that were available, telling them about Main Street program and what was going on. And it really was an educational for these areas were kind of, dead areas for lack of a better word, back many, many years ago. It may be hard for you to imagine that, but that's the way it was. Business workshops and assistance is something else that the Economic Vitality Committee does. The Promotion Committee, they're primarily a special event committee. They do marketing materials, social media, the website is part of this committee. They do presentations to the community. This is something that's not as needed as much as it was back before. Remember, our program started at the kind of the birth of the internet when it wasn't much, and so some of these things aren't done so much anymore. The internet has really provided an educational opportunity for Main Streets. The Design Committee is in charge of the public realm. And when I say in charge, it's really coordinating, working with the city, doing things. Most of our districts, they've done planting projects of one sort or another, be it planting of flowers in flower boxes or landscaping in public rights of way with our permission and our support and our coordination. Cleanups, this is something that is a tenement, sort of like the broken window theory that, if you see a lot of trash in a district. So we require quarterly cleanups. This is something that has been required in our agreement for a very long time, since the inception. Facade improvement assistance is something else that is done. So with that, let me get into St. Petersburg's Main Street program a little more detail. These are the locations of the St. Petersburg Main Streets, Deuces Live, Grand Central, both Main Streets since 2001. The Edge and Skyway Marina District, the Edge was a Main Street designated in 2014, and Skyway Marina District started the same year with a Main Street program in 2014. The city has supported them throughout the years, financially, technical assistance, and in all other ways. Our budget for Main Street is $220,000 a year, $55,000 for each Main Street. This support has been ongoing since 2014, when we raised our support to Main Streets in 2014, and we have continued with this same support since that time for all 4 districts. We do have an agreement with each district. It is the same agreement for each district that we require. They're required to have the 4 Main Street committees that we talked about. They are required to meet monthly with these committees. And these are all minimum requirements. Most do, they all do more than this, I'll say that. 1 promotion in the district, something to get people to the district, business assistance activities, board training is required. The specific committee requirements for the design committee, like I said, we require quarterly cleanups. They do that in support with the sanitation, whatever support we can provide them, quarterly cleanups. We look to them to coordinate whenever we have any kind of a project in the district to get the word out. If we have plans that are going on in the district, we look for their support, not only in that they support the effort that they are getting out the word for the projects. They coordinate with the city on public improvement projects, whether that's a plan, that's a landscaping project, that's an infrastructure project. They are helping us get the word out to the businesses and kind of softening the impact of, if it's something that could be negative, such as shutting down the road for a water project or something like that. The organization committee, they hold regular public meetings. They build partnerships with the community, increase membership and sponsorship, and maintain bylaws. This really is a mundane committee that's usually the board, but it's very important, very important. And the final 2 committees, promotions committee, we require that they stage 1 promotional event. Most are staging a lot more promotional events than that, many events, and you probably see that coming across every year. And they promote the district via marketing events, and social media is just big now, and their websites and so forth. Economic Vitality Committee, there's administering and business assistance activities. On a daily basis, they're touching a lot of businesses, whatever that may be, taking their phone call for their dumpsters, who do they call when their dumpster's overflowing. It can be mundane, it can be something larger, but they're helping businesses, and that's their boots on the ground, something that we can't do from the MSC or City Hall. And they maintain incentive and financial assistance and both. The other thing, we require that every year we require all 4 committees for all 4 Main Streets to submit annual work plans. We want thought put into what are you going to do next year? What's your goals? What's your ambition? What do you intend to do? Something so that there's an annual work plan, an annual plan going forward. And the way we break down the $55,000, how we reimburse each year. The salary is $32,000, and this hasn't changed since 2014, as I said earlier. The promotion is a flat fee reimbursement for holding a promotion. This isn't, we don't require receipts and that sort of a thing. It's, did you hold a promotion in the district? 1 receives $2,000. If you have 2 or more, that's great, and they do. We don't give them any more money than $2,000. The business assistance activities is $1,000 quarterly. This is to acknowledge what they do for the community on a daily basis, the business community, and assisting businesses. Board training, $2,000. I think this is important. The boards revolve, they change each year, and the board training for whatever they decide. This is a flat fee reimbursement. We don't require that they actually spend $2,000 on board training, that they have it is what we require. And then there's a city match that we've had for quite some time now For every dollar that the Main Streets raise, we provide a dollar match, up to $15,000 annually. And this match, it can be for donations, can be for volunteer hours, can be for anything that is sponsorships, memberships. So any money generation is considered a donation to the district, and we match that up to $15,000. And the districts are doing much greater than that, but that's our limit at $15,000, and that totals $55,000 annually. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. Committee members, Councilmember Givens, since this is your item, would you like to go first?
I would like that. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you so much, Gary. Thank you, Andrea, for your presentation. I appreciate y'all very much. I know initially when I brought this forward, the ask was how can we find money within the current budget to maintain support for our Main Street districts, but also see if we could increase the support that we are currently providing financially. So I do want to start my questions off there is where did we fall there? I don't know if that was something that the administration's already discussed.
Thank you, Council Member, and good morning, committee members. It's great to be here this morning talking about the importance of Main Streets and, you know, obviously the difference that they make in our community. And I just want to take a minute because, you know, Gary is, you know, kind of coming towards the end of his city journey, and I just want to take a minute to acknowledge him and the amazing work that he's done on Main Streets. And he's been here a long time and done a lot of good work. So, Gary, thank you for everything. Related to the budget, so we did take a look at it. You know, certainly, as we've discussed before, City Council controls appropriations, and you can certainly do that. The mayor has a prerogative on whether or not he wants to enter into contracts and actually spend the money that's appropriated. In this case, if you did decide to do some type of an additional funding, we would go forward with the appropriation, so the mayor doesn't have any issue with that. In FY26, if you wanted to do something, probably the best place that we would recommend at least would be the contingency. There's about $940,000 now in contingency, so if you wanted to take a look at that, you could certainly appropriate from that funding source. In FY27, it starts to get a little more difficult. I think you know that we're concerned about the FY27 budget, and we don't know yet what the state legislature is going to do. So we'll take a look at that. I mean, you know, our biggest concern would be the ongoing funding amounts if we did an increase. One thing we could certainly look at is we are anticipating doing a smaller contribution to economic stability in FY27. This is obviously economic development related. We could reduce that contribution to economic stability and look at it there in FY27. So there's a few things we can do. Obviously, the budget is really the main purview of City Council, so we're happy to have the discussion. Just wanted to give you a few concepts for your consideration.
I appreciate that, Administrator Gertis, and that was where I was going is, you know, could we start having conversations about other programs, perhaps, that perhaps it's time to revisit it, right, and see if we may need to reinvest those dollars or reallocate them other places. So I certainly hope that we can continue to engage there. Another question that I had was regarding the executive directors. We talked a little bit about the current agreement. Obviously, they're getting $55,000 in total funding. Again, another reason why I think it's important that we increase dollars is they haven't had the city hasn't increased their support since 2014. So it's been 12 years. It looks like there's $32,000 going towards salary. I don't see how people live on that. Especially in some of these districts. I see some of our executive directors here today, and I want to acknowledge each of you for taking time out of your schedules for being here. It costs to run businesses, and it also costs to support these businesses. So I want to acknowledge the volunteers that sacrifice their time and their days. I want to acknowledge the greenhouse. I see Ms. Tracy Smith here. It again is a labor of love, and I know the city can't do it alone. So that's why it's important for us to support these Main Street districts because of the supports that they provide in turn for the backbone of our local economy. And that's our small businesses, those mom and pop businesses. So I want to, again, do all we can to find ways that we can support them, but I also want to define the parameters because there are some districts, if I can be honest, that do more than others as far as special events and activities and maybe even supports that they offer to their small businesses. So can we talk a little bit about the agreements? I know every organization, I think you alluded to it a little bit, Gary, but every organization has the same expectations, responsibilities. But again, where does the city lie when it comes to oversight? Because if they're providing, I think you called it an annual work report, but where do we step in? Because the board is who they report to. We give them this money. At what point do we step in and say, hey, maybe your performance isn't up to par. Maybe there's some areas that we can improve upon. What input or oversight do we have as a city?
Well, we have oversight if we see something that isn't per the agreement. However, if the main streets are following the agreement, then we don't have a performance issue. That's basically the bottom line. So if they're adhering to the agreement that is approved by the city and signed by the districts, then we are fine with the way the program runs. That's the bottom line.
And I know we didn't really go in depth with the agreement, but again, I want to hint to, I have received emails about certain business districts. And I want to be transparent and say I've also received emails that are good and emails that are bad, but I have no control. The city has no control over, who serves as the executive director over these Main Street districts. So if performance isn't where it should be, or if revenue hasn't increased from activities that are being hosted within the district, at what point do we say, well, hey, maybe we might need to pull in the reins a little bit and better define what's expected?
Each organization is an independent organization that operate under their own accord. The only ties to the city is that we have an agreement with this independent organization to run a Main Street program.
And we don't, if I could add, the Main Street program, much like our agreements with a lot of partner organizations all over the city. So we only have control over what's a party to our agreement. So we're making sure that they are complying. Gary is, and again, I just want to echo what Rob said earlier. Gary is leaving us this summer after 35 years. And I just can't say enough about his commitment to our community and how important he is to all of us and to me personally. So he'll be much missed. So these partner agreements, we only have the ability to do compliance on what's subject in the agreement. So much like our funding with other partners, there might be things that they're doing that are good or bad, but we can't control. We can only control what's subject to the agreement that we have. And again, to Gary's point, he is doing compliance. I see, I review those invoices and I review the submittals every month when we do, the invoicing. So we make sure that they are in compliance and they're only getting, paid for, what they're performing under the contract that we have with them.
Gotcha, and I appreciate that. And so, long story short, we can only control what we can control, and that could be a good thing and a bad thing. Which is, again, why I wanted to talk about this just to my colleagues in the sunshine, is because I have concerns over the level of oversight that we may have as a city. Again, I'm advocating for additional resources for these Main Street districts, but I also want to make sure that if there are districts that are doing more, they can get more. I mean, it costs to run the Collard Green Fest. It costs to put on Halloween on Central. It costs to put on Winter Pride. And so, again, just being fair across the board, I totally think it's fair to give an organization more if they're doing more. That's just me. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the status of, or define what exactly a Main Street district is. Because you brought up the Skyway Marina District. So can you explain that a little bit? It is not technically a Main Street district by whose definition, but we still recognize them as one. Can you explain that, clarify it?
Yeah, under the auspices of applying for Main Street designation, you need to be a traditional commercial district, and there needs to be historic structures. And the Skyway Marina District does not meet either of those two criteria. However, the program we felt is applicable to their area, and it was requested at the time by the council member to start a business district program per se, and we applied the Main Street program to that area and believe that it works very well, even though it doesn't meet the criteria to have an official designation from either the state or the national organization.
Thank you for that, Gary. And so just hypothetically speaking, if there was another block or two of business communities that wanted to come together to seek said funds, what would stop them? Because if they aren't recognized as a Main Street district by traditional definition or traditional terms, what would prevent them from getting those dollars? Because if we make the exception for one, how does that work for others?
So thank you so much for that question, Councilmember, because it does bring up kind of an important nuance to the conversation, which is that there are other districts, business districts in the city that, that have approached us and are interested in obviously receiving funding support. And again, to Administrator Gertis's point, we do economic development with a very robust partner network, and they're all so important to us. And we wish we had 10 times the resources that we deploy out in our community, because that's how important the work that they all do, really is. And so that's such an important point that I'd really love to get council's feedback on is, we want to continue to support these 4 Main Streets, but then we also have other districts that have approached us and they're interested, in organizing themselves around this model, but we don't have a path to provide the financial support to them at this point because of our budgetary constraints. So, that is, again, just another feedback we'd like is we not only have budget constraints with what we can't have the ability to raise them, but then we also have other districts that have approached us that are very interested in organizing themselves in this way and potentially having a path to that funding support.
Yeah, and that's been one of our concerns about increasing the amount for the existing 4 Main Streets is, that will make it more difficult to bring on new Main Streets. And it's really just a policy discussion about, as Gary mentioned, our hope originally was that they would become self-sufficient, right? We wouldn't be using this funding. We could direct this funding to getting other Main Streets going. So, there's a whole philosophical discussion about that. And I also just want to revisit something you said earlier, because it was the first time that I heard about it. And just so the committee members understand, moving to some type of different funding structure that's based on incentives and different Main Streets receive different things based on incentives, that's a new concept to me. That would be a much larger discussion. We didn't think that was the kind of discussion that we're having. We're open to any discussion, but that's a very different discussion. We're comfortable with the deliverables, that we have. We have deliverables in the agreement and we monitor it, so we're comfortable with doing that way. I have not spoken to the mayor about a concept that could pay one Main Street more than a different Main Street, so I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you. And my last 2 questions, and I'll kind of lump it into one, is how many additional business districts have approached the city approximately, and have we had conversations about some additional state or federal dollars that could support in this effort?
So I know of 2 specifically that have approached us, and again, we so there's obviously the funding support that we have, but then there's the technical assistance that that Gary can provide and our team can provide. So we're willing to do that no matter what. I mean, that's on the table. Separate from the funding support. So if these business districts do want to organize themselves around the model, Gary, is able to provide that technical assistance, and then, our team will be able to do that, when he departs this summer. So that's on the table no matter what. And then in terms of state and funding, so the state part, and Gary, maybe you're better to answer this, but I don't believe that the state or the national program have any funding tied to it, but
That's correct. There are no dollars that come with being designated a Florida Main Street, either from the state or the national organization, only technical assistance in the formation years.
Great point to end on. Again, if you can't get dollars at the state or federal level, falls on us at the local level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other committee members with questions?
Go ahead.
Vice Chair Harding.
Actually, Councilmember Gibbons, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure.
I want to put perspective around you're advocating for increased funding, and everyone could use more funding, everyone that comes before us, but for what particular reason? What is it that you're trying to accomplish in bringing this?
Well, I think I should best answer that by just reading a paragraph from one of the Main Street executive directors who's actually here with us today. And again, I wish they had the opportunity to speak, Councilmember Harden, but I'll try to speak for her because I think she can answer that best. As City Council continues its discussions around Main Street funding, we are asking for your support in maintaining and increasing annual district funding to $75,000, an additional $20,000. This investment helps ensure that we can continue delivering the business support, district advocacy, beautification, activations, and community-based economic development work that the city cannot do alone at the neighborhood level. I think it's important to note, Councilmember Harding, when you have events like Halloween on Central, Winter Pride, Collard Green Festival, any of those events, it comes at a cost. And it comes at a cost to these Main Street districts because they have to pay for police security. They have to pay to do a lot of other things that involve promoting and marketing these events, and it comes from this budget. They also are in charge with their own fundraising. They're charged with providing that day-to-day direct technical support that the city cannot provide. They're in the trenches doing it. And so again, when you talk about living on $32,000, I have to say, hey, where can you find an apartment that cheap in St. Pete? So it comes down to hearing from each of the Main Street districts within District 7, 4 of them I've heard from, who have said, we need more. We cannot do it alone. And if we don't get those dollars, we don't think these events can continue, and we don't think we can continue. So if we lose this institutional knowledge that we have from these Main Street districts, we lose some valuable knowledge that the city can't provide on their own.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. I wanted a little bit better perspective from your...
If I could, Councilman Harding.
Yes, sir.
Because this is just a second. I just want to be clear. The city of St. Petersburg is not paying anybody $32,000. You know, that these are not employees of the city. We are making a contribution. It's always been our hope that there would be other income raised by the Main Street, that we are one participating entity. So I just want to be clear for anybody that's listening on TV, the city of St. Petersburg is not paying a Main Street manager a $32,000 salary as a city employee. So,
thank you for that.
And I want to be clear, I never suggested that the city was. I just wanted to point out in the city's report that the salary out of the total allocated of $55,000, 32 of that is for salary.
well, I think you clearly indicated twice, suggested that we are. So that's why I made the comment.
Thank you, appreciate your time. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, everybody that's here this morning. A couple of clarifying questions, and most of them, frankly, are out of curiosity, just trying to wrap my head around these programs, because although attending some of them and knowing some of the executive directors and things like that, we don't have one, and so in District 1, and so this is all, I want to make sure that I'm getting my arms around this whole thing. Okay, so you mentioned some of the other cities. I think you said there are 50 programs, approximately 50 programs in between. It fluctuates, right? 40 to 60. I heard a lot of the cities that you listed off. Do any of the other larger municipalities in the city or in the state participate in the Main Street programs? Most of the ones that I heard you talk about are smaller than us.
Yes, the city of Orlando has a robust Main Street program with five or more Main Streets. They have a department essentially of Main Streets.
And how does their program compare to ours from a technical support standpoint, a funding standpoint? How does that look?
It's been a while since I've looked at their program. So
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
What I know of from many years past, when we were talking to Orlando and going to presentations and so forth, they have a lot of staff support, a lot more funding for Main Streets.
Okay.
Yeah, they have, and I think it actually might be more than 5 right now, but they do have, like to Gary's point, they have an entire division that supports them, and they have quite a bit more funding. Now, I'm not sure if they're using any grant money to do it, if it's just coming from their operating budget. And it really came, that Orlando program, and again, I don't want to speak for our colleagues in Orlando, but it really kind of germinated from the idea that obviously that's such a unique city and county in a lot of ways, where kind of the pull of the activity with the parks and everything, they were trying to kind of, get their downtown up and going, get the neighborhood activity. And so that's why, that city has.
Yeah, we have Walmart, they have Disney.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it does tend to kind of pull.
It's a little different.
Kind of, there is a big draw there. They can thank the mouse for that. But so that was really, from what I understand from the last time I spoke to the city of Orlando, which has been many years, that's really what the impetus for it was.
Okay, thank you. I know. Thank you for the hard cost explanation of how we're allocating the $55,000 to each. Do we? And I know Councilmember Givens mentioned this, but I know some of the events that are held are co-sponsored events, and I know we are charging for some services during those events. Is there any in-kind contribution towards the events that are being held? Are we offsetting that cost at all? I see James coming up. Hey, James.
Hey, good morning. James Corbett, City Development Administrator. We do offset a lot of the cost. I'll use Halloween on Central because I just know that number off the top of my head. For example, we provide $30,000 in-kind costs for police for Halloween on Central. So in addition to technical support and the financial support, for events, we do provide financial support or in-kind support to those events as well.
James, would it be a big lift for you to provide any in-kind support that we give to these Main Street districts over a fiscal year?
Absolutely, we can do that.
Yeah. I'd really appreciate that number.
And it's true as well for Collard Green Festival and other ones. I just don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
That's what I figured. I
We
figured it would be
absolutely-
across all the districts.
Yeah, we absolutely support the events with in-kind.
Thank you for that clarity. And then I think I just have maybe one more question, and then I'll just make a couple of comments. So thank you for all the requirements and kind of what we're expecting from these main streets. The one thing I didn't see is, do they show their financials every year?
No, they do not.
Okay. Is there a reason why we don't do that? Is that just because it's not part of the process that's really given to us by the national?
Yeah, some give them to us voluntarily. They put them in their submission reports, and but their financial stability isn't really something that we pay attention to or concerned about necessarily. They are an independent organization, and we are essentially contracting with them to provide a Main Street program.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, listen, I in general, I think most of us would agree that, I think all of us would agree that our Main Street programs are very important, and we want them to continue to blossom. I am struggling to get to a point to increase funding without some of the answers that I've talked about over the last few minutes. I want to know some of the in-kind contributions so we know the total contribution of what the city is making towards these organizations. Also, I think it's very important to look at the financials. I mean, we do that with almost all organizations that we make contributions to in this type of way. And so I think that's very important. I'd want to know, what type of fundraising they're doing, how are they trying to drive revenue. And I don't have a problem with participating more, but I'd like to see how to get there. Also, I'll be the bad guy in the room, and I'm glad Administrator Gertis brought it up. Like, I'm very weary about, at this point, we're either taking money from contingency, going into a year where we're in a fiscal constraint, we'll call it, and I think that's not even giving it enough credit, or we're defunding a program, which Councilmember Givens, you brought it up. I think we have to have those conversations if we're going to do that, right? Like, I just don't want to do that on the fly. So if you have ideas about that, I'm more than willing and open to having those conversations. But I don't think we can just be flippant about it and go, well, we're going to take, $80,000 from X and put it into Y without having zero conversation about it. And so I'd be interested in where you'd like to do that from. I have a hard time doing it from contingency, especially in a year like this year. And so it would have to come from somewhere else. And technically, right now, it would come from inside of the economic development budget. Otherwise, you'd have to do a transfer from a different appropriation into the economic development to make up the 80 grand. So if you have ideas from that, I'm all ears, but I want to make sure we're having a conversation about it. So James, if you could provide the income, and then if the Main Streets are willing to share their financials, I would want to see that before we make a decision about how we're going to fund them, if we're going to increase funding. Because again, I do believe that the idea would be to decrease rather than increase. And I want to make sure if we're doing that, then financials are strong and it's to help get to a different place, not just to offset costs because, an organization can't make up for it. So that's where I'm at. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And it sounds already like we can count on having a follow-up meeting on this once that information is made available to us. We don't have a current agenda item confirmed for next month's EWD meeting. And so I can assure you that we can continue this conversation and maybe land somewhere on a follow-up meeting. Does that sound
Absolutely
good? Sounds good to the committee?
Chair, if I may, we absolutely will have that information for the next meeting if that's when we come back. One thing that, and Councilmember Gertis made a great point, and maybe we should look at looking at financials more while it's not something that we require. Part of what we offer is technical assistance, and I think that it's clear, at least for all of them, but certainly 3 of the districts, where they were and where they are now is dramatically been changed, and there's an opportunity to tap into some of the new development that is happening in some of these districts to privately fundraise, and we could certainly offer technical assistance to help with them being able to raise private dollars based on the growth that these districts have experienced. So we'll be prepared to provide that information at the next meeting.
Terrific. Thank you. Councilmember Gertis, did you have any other questions at this time?
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, before I speak, I'll invite Council Vice Chair Floyd.
Thank you, Chair. I actually first want to commend Councilmember Gertis because I think all those conversations about financials and the logistics of determining funding are very important, and so I'm grateful you brought that up. I just wanted to come advocate specifically for how we might move forward in this. I think that one thing that jumped out on me from the presentation was the comments about special event revenue and how that drives a lot of these districts across the state. And I think if we were to look through financials of these organizations, we'd see that that's driving a lot of them as well. And so my point I think I want to make is that if we were to assist these organizations more, I think it needs to be assisting them in generating more revenue. And so special events are the best way to do that. And I also think that some of these special events, they've already been brought up, have started to become really important to our city and our city's economic development, our city's identity even. And so ensuring that the support for those events continues and expands, and we can discuss a lot of different ways to do that, but in kind, I think, is the most direct. I know the cost of services from the city has gone up lately, and I think that has to be part of the analysis as well when we come back and have a conversation, is what has cost looked like for services from the city over time, to see how the organizations are getting hit with a bill from us. But yeah, I just really want to uplift that as we go forward with these organizations, helping them help themselves will be the best thing possible. And I think those special events and the special event revenue is the way to do that. And I think that speaks to one of your topics, Councilmember Givens, which was like how the different events or how active the different districts are. If the support we're giving is focused on the activities that are going on, I think it could incentivize districts to be more active. I think it can let the more active districts continue to be active. So without being penalizing or anything on districts that are meeting their requirements, we can still continue to provide support, because ultimately that special event revenue is, if we can get that to stabilize and they can continue without our funding hopefully in the future, which I think is what the goal was at the beginning. So I just wanted to say, I came here this morning to say, if we're going to consider any funding, that's the direction I think it should go in. And the one thing I would add too is, it's been mentioned already, but economic development department, you have funds for economic development. We've had the conversation before, analyzing if they're being best spent. I know I brought up corporate relocation. We don't spend that money every year. Funneling it to something like this, I think, is a legitimate thing we could do going forward, since we have budgetary constraints. And I don't want to not just that one, but there's other programs in there that I know we've had presentations about how the money doesn't get spent every year for those other ones. And so maybe an overall look at how that goes, to see if we can move some of it more towards our local businesses and whatnot. I see Councilmember Gertis has the budget right here, ready to go. I love the preparation. But I definitely think that there's space for that conversation, and I see heads nodding, and I think we could come to terms together to do something like that. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to stay on that for a second, I'll ask Councilmember Gertis if he found the right page in the budget. Thank you for having the budget book. How much do we allocate for corporate relocation every year?
That's what I'm trying to find.
I'm not sure. Do you know?
So I know that it was reduced, again, to Administrator Gertis's point, so we did have to submit a reduction package, and we were able to, again, maintain this level for the main streets, but one level where we did cut down is our corporate relocation expansion request, so that's down to about $10,000. And then, if we don't draw down the money for FY26, we may consider that as part of a rollover. I do not know off the top of my head what our FY26 line is on that. I see.
It sounds like it's not much.
It's not. I mean, it's not a huge dollar amount.
I think it was reduced from 50 to 10, something like that.
All right, we'll get back to that. I love that everyone's kind of trying to think about how we can make something happen. That's a really good thing. I think I call that progress. Are all of the Main Street districts currently compliant with the city requirements?
Yes, they are.
And have they been consistently for the last 2-3 years at least? Okay. I have a certain level of discomfort with having one Main Street district that is technically not a Main Street district, that is receiving the same funding and attention as the ones who are, by definition, Main Street districts. As was said, there are other districts that have asked about being part of this who are being told no. And there's a question of fairness. I know this was established for a reason, to help, but if I could go back in time and be on that city council, I would have asked why this would be called a Main Street district if it is not a Main Street district. And you started off with talking about how this was something established on a national level. So what do we tell the MLK Street Business District when they say, look at all the things that we've already been doing? Why can't we work towards this? Are there business districts, and this could be a Tracy question, but Gary, you probably know. Are there business districts that could qualify for a real official Main Street designation if they were to go through that process?
I would say yes.
Yes. So to Councilmember Gibbons's prior question, so we know of two that have come to us and inquired if they organize themselves under this model, in interest of having the funding support provided to them. So we can provide the technical assistance if they'd like to organize themselves that way, but we don't, with our budget constraints, don't have a path to provide the funding support at this time.
Right, and the two of them would qualify as official Main Street districts. And just so you know, I mean, this is serious stuff. I remember a few years ago, the Edge District won awards for what they've done. I don't think they're the only ones. I just remember that one because it's squarely in my district, and they have to work really hard to meet the requirements and to get to a level where they're actually not recognized. So we have two that would qualify under those federal rules.
Well, so we have two business districts that have approached us about the program.
Yes, you said that.
So they're not currently organized under this model.
No, they're not. But if they wanted to, would they be eligible for that federal level designation as a Main Street? Or have you not gotten into it far enough to know if they could be recognized like 3 out of our 4 districts are?
So we have not taken the conversation far enough to know if how they're currently structured would automatically qualify for that for them. But that would be a part of what we would assist them with at the beginning, is making sure they understand what the requirements are and helping them get organized under the model.
I think if we have this set up right now where not everyone qualifies as an official Main Street, but is getting Main Street recognition and attention from the city, in all fairness, how do we not find a way to include anyone who wants to be that? To me, the Main Street designation is very serious. The city at some point made an exception for one. To tell others, no, there's no more room for you? I don't know where I can get comfortable with that, with telling someone no when we've told someone else yes. And they're working hard. I feel strongly about this because I feel very strongly about our business districts and all that they do. I do think they need more resources. And maybe you all can have a conversation, think about, do we want to have this as an official Main Street designation and keep it to that? Or do we want to dilute the definition on the city level and include more? There's some different ways that can happen. Well, I'm glad we'll have time to do another meeting on that. But I think that needs to be discussed, and we need to find a way to be more inclusive with business districts, and maybe it's business districts and some of them have a Main Street designation. So there are 2 levels here. Just something to think about. If we were to increase, let's say we add 20,000 to each of the 4, do we have to specify what those funds have to be used for?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Regarding the city match, does every district max out that match every single year?
Yes.
maybe that's where we put it then. Then there's something being done in return. You know what I mean? So it's not just a, here's some more money. It's, we will give you the opportunity to earn more through that match. So that could be one way to do it. Regarding the events, have you looked at the different events that we co-sponsor with it in partnership with our Main Streets districts to see if there are any that have participation by the city that could change due to a new law being passed that could, I mean, have we looked at the impact on any of those specific events that we're currently participating in?
We're currently in the process of meeting with each administration related to the state statute on DEI is what I think you're referencing. The governor hasn't signed it, but we expect that he probably will sign it. So we're meeting with the city attorney's office right now, going through every program, every event, and taking a look at that. So it's under consideration now, but we don't have any definitive answer for it
Okay.
today.
These events, I'll use Halloween on Central as a really great example of one that has just exploded in popularity since it's since the first year. I mean, it's wonderful to see what that has become. One way that we could be very helpful is to ease the burden a bit on the business districts. They're at a point where it's overwhelming at some point, and they're not getting more resources. So maybe there are some ways that we can help. That's just some more food for thought. I do think it's important for us to see financials. If they're meeting all the requirements that we have, that's great. But we want to see that the money that is received is being used properly. I think that's just a stewardship thing that we really need to do. Does each district present you with an annual report? Because I mean, there's a spreadsheet, and then here's everything that we've been doing. Because we do want to know that our partners in these districts are really doing their part to do the fundraising, to get out there and promote, to be offering assistance to the businesses. And all of, like, a little detail about that, not just yes, we've been doing it. But I don't know how far your compliance goes, but I think when we're talking about more money, I don't want to just take someone's word for it. I'd really like to see and have an opportunity for everyone to appreciate all that is being done in these districts. You know what I mean? So do they give you an annual report? How does the compliance get determined?
Compliance is determined by if they meet the criteria for reimbursement each month or each quarter, whatever they
right.
the
So how do they show that?
schedule they are on. And as I went over, the requirements are exactly as I talked about, that they hold a promotional event, that they hold board training, that they have committee meetings, monthly committee meetings, quarterly cleanups, and also for City Match, that they are getting in-kind donations, they are getting sponsorships, memberships, event revenue, that sort of a thing, in order to get the City Match. So those are the compliance criteria.
And since most of them do submit monthly, again, Gary is, right there with them, and if they're having a problem, if, we see that they're not progressing through the contract, Gary's able to work with them to make sure that they are able to take advantage of the full support. So it's, it's very much an active, every month. And Gary is just on the ground with them too. That's another thing. And also they, of course, the Greenhouse's District Navigator program, functions in our community, and they're out walking the main streets too, and providing one-on-one support to those businesses. So we're really out there making sure that if they have any problems, we work with them, and that they are able to avail themselves of the full, support match.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I'll conclude my comments by emphasizing the importance of these business districts and how hard they work, and how passionate they are about their part of our city, what they put forward to the public, to customers, and to the businesses that they that are part of their membership. When you walk around the Edge District, you can tell that something's a little different. And it is, I can tell you, over the years, it's because of the Edge District effort. There is something different there compared to what's east of that. Downtown does not have a Main Street district. They do a great job, but there is a difference when you get over to the Edge District. And that is because of the work of Nicole and and Roger before her and Barbara before her. They have all been just passionately involved in making sure that their businesses are successful. We need that more than ever, especially with today's uncertain economic times. We keep talking about how we don't know what's ahead. How do you think they feel? That's the food going on the table. So I'm excited that we are having conversations about how to better support those who are making our city what it is right now. And I just can't say enough about the directors who manage them and the board that works. They go to so many meetings. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. The committees, sometimes you've got a board member that's on 3 out of the 4 committees. They're spending a lot of their time doing that, and they're not getting paid anything for it. It's because they care. And I think by having this conversation and by looking for ways to increase our support, we're showing that we care too. Anyone have any final thoughts? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, because it was brought up, the corporate relocation and expansion grant in 2026 is $100,000. It was 0 the year before. I think it was 100, I think because of our anticipated Foot Locker expense. We won't go down that rabbit hole. I will say that just because it was brought up, I wouldn't want to zero that out because of expansion. Like I was with 2 companies yesterday that plan on hiring 70 people each over the next 12 months, and they'll be eligible for that. I wouldn't want to zero that out. And so I just wanted to, I think there's probably some nuance that could be made there, but I just wanted to, while we're all here, I wanted to talk about it. And just the other thing, and I agree with 99% of what Chair Driscoll just said, but I just want to point one thing out because I think it's I think it's pertinent. So inside of economic development, there's $2.24 million available for grants and aid. Currently, the 4 main streets make up 10% of the entire funding. And so, again, I think we all believe, and I'm not trying to be the bad guy, I think we all believe how important main streets are. But when we're talking about $2.24 million and the 4 main streets are getting 10% of that entire funding, we have to be very, very intentional if we are going to go down this path. That's why I've brought up financials, I've brought up in kind, because I think we have to look at all those things before we make those decisions. And so again, I just wanted to level set because when I look at that number, that's eye-opening to me. And so, and I think if we talk about increasing the 2.24, then it's coming from some other administration, some other bucket. And again, I think we need to have a robust discussion if we're going to do those things. And so again, I want to make it very clear. Everything you said about the Edge, all of the districts, I love walking all of them. I boat to the Skyway Marina district, and so I'm all in for those conversations, but I think we need to make sure that we're doing this very intentionally and that we have all the information, because I think seeing the financials, and then back to Councilmember or Vice Chair Floyd's point, like, I think the only way I would get there is if it were about revenue generation, helping them revenue generate, so eventually we can get to the point of zero. That would be my hope. And so again, just wanted to quickly level set. Thank you very much, Chair.
Great point. Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Givens?
30 seconds. Thank you, Chair. And I want to respond to something Councilmember Gertis brought up. I want to be clear. I do not expect us to tap into contingency funds. I would love to have the conversation about where within economic development we can find these dollars, because the dollars are there. The money is there, but I just want to be clear that I'm all about reallocating, because there may be some programs that need some reevaluating. And if so, perhaps that's where we can pull those dollars from, but not from contingency. And again, I love Councilmember, I made you a council member, Mr. Corbett. I love Administrator Corbett's idea of relying, profit, I see it, relying on the future development that's taking place within a lot of these districts, because I think there's some private partnership opportunities out there for us. And if we can just provide that technical support with connecting these Main Street districts to those opportunities, I think that would be great. And then lastly, to your point, Chair Driscoll, I would love to see us provide that technical assistance to those other organizations and business districts that may be interested in getting to the Main Street status. So thank you all so much. This is where I wanted to go, just kind of hone in on the conversation about the current agreement, right? How can we better define the parameters and expectations for these Main Street districts? Because again, if we are to increase funding, there has to be some stiffer requirements and regulations around that. So thank you all so much, colleagues, and thank you, administration. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. This is a great conversation. This will be continued in the next meeting of this committee, which will take place on May 21st, 2026. There could be room for another item, so I do recommend that all council members take a look at that referral list. Let Brian know if there is something else that you would like to have added to the agenda for that next meeting. It's the last one before our summer break, so let's make it count. Thanks again to everyone who joined us for this conversation, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Hey St. Pete, I'm Amber Bolding, your Emergency Management Manager, here to explain the difference between floodplains, FEMA flood zones, and evacuation zones. Understanding these terms is key to protecting your safety and property. First up, stormwater floodplain. This is where water naturally collects during heavy rainfall due to the terrain and our stormwater infrastructure system. If you're in a stormwater floodplain, your property may be at greater risk of flooding from heavy rain. Next, FEMA flood zones. FEMA identifies these areas based on flood risk from storm surge or proximity to water. This affects flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Finally, evacuation zones. Set by Pinellas County, these zones indicate areas at risk from dangerous storm surge during hurricanes or tropical storms. An evacuation order means you must leave. This is about protecting lives from potentially deadly storm surge. Pro tip, being in a non-evacuation zone doesn't mean you're in a non-flood zone or outside the stormwater floodplain. Heavy rainfall can still cause freshwater flooding. In St. Pete, you need to know your zones. Visit stpete.org/hurricane and use the Prepare St. Pete map. Just enter any address or click a location on the map to see its stormwater floodplain, FEMA flood zone, and evacuation zone. Understanding these differences helps protect you, your family, and your property. Stay informed by following us at St. Pete FL before, during, and after storms. Stay safe, St. Pete.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means.
The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. At an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience of working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Last year, Milton was really, really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I say, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only gonna get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow. I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air, sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED, so we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. Get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening. But we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor, Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown. It feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, we are thrilled to have you join us today for this very special occasion. So thank you for coming. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our city leadership, community partners, department personnel, and all of our residents who are here today to share in this milestone. We also want to extend our sincere gratitude to our city officials, contractors, planners, and community supporters who helped make this project possible. Your dedication ensures that we can continue to serve our community safely and effectively. Today's groundbreaking represents more than the start of a new building. It symbolizes our continued commitment to public safety, innovation, and investment in the community that we serve. It is now my honor to welcome Mayor Ken Welch, who will share a few words on behalf of the City of St. Petersburg.
Thank you, Chief Lewis. Good morning, everyone. What a beautiful day in the Sunshine City. Thank you, Chief, for the tents. Even though it's March, it still gets warm. To Chief Watts, to District Chief Lewis, and the brave men and women of the St. Pete Fire Rescue Department, thank you all for being here, and thank you for the wonderful work you do every day. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some of our city leadership who are here with us today. Our Chair, Lisette Hanowitz. They want to see you, so stand or wave or something. You may have never heard this, but he's from the West Side. Councilmember Copley Gertis is here. Councilmember Richie Floyd. Councilmember Deborah Figg Sanders. And Councilmember Gina Driscoll. My Chief of Staff is here. Where's Doyle? Way in the back, as usual. Doyle, thank you for being here. We also have some of our state leadership. Senator Nick DeSigli, thank you for your leadership. Senator DeSigli, and thank you for being here today. Chief Anthony Holloway from St. Pete PD and his team are here as well. Chief. And this project is all about partnership. It would not have happened without the partnership of Pinellas County Schools and Superintendent Hendricks and the Pinellas County School Board. They sold us this property. They did not have to do that, and I want to thank them for their leadership. We have Chair Caprice Edmonds is with us today, and School Board Member Don Peters as well. Thank you all. This is an investment that reflects our commitment to public safety, to our workforce, and the future of our city. This project is about ensuring our firefighters have the modern, resilient, and efficient facility they need to do their job safely and effectively. Every call that y'all respond to, every life you protect depends on having the right tools, the right equipment, and the right environment. And our administration and our city council are committed to making sure you have the tools you need to do the great work you do. And this new station will deliver just that, with updated living quarters, improved operational space, and advanced safety features. We're taking meaningful steps to protect the health and well-being of those who protect us. I do want to thank Sam in the back, Rick Pauley, representing our firefighters. Thank you for your partnership as well. We're also building with the future in mind. This facility is on track to be LEED certified, aligning with our city's commitment to sustainability and resilience. That means we are not only investing in public safety today, but also in a stronger, more sustainable and resilient St. Petersburg for generations to come. To the men and women of St. Pete Fire Rescue, thank you. Thank you for your courage, your dedication, your service to our city, your DNA of public safety, and public service. This station is a reflection of the value we place on your work and the respect we have for the sacrifices you make every day. Today marks the beginning of an exciting new chapter for Fire Station 2 and for the community it serves. And we look forward to coming back for the ribbon cutting. Remember, we are all St. Pete. Thank you for your service. God bless you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Welch. Now please join me in welcoming Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz.
Well, good morning, everyone. What an exciting day in the West Side today. Chief Watts, District Chief Lewis, Mayor, and my fellow council members, and the many men and women of the St. Petersburg Fire Rescue who serve our community with such dedication. It's such a joy to stand here with you today. The crews working at Fire Station 2 have served our city diligently for several years despite working out of a building that wasn't designed as a fire station. They've responded to countless emergencies, trained new firefighters, built trust with neighbors, and stepped forward in moments of danger so that others may live in safety and peace. And while the old station has allowed our brave men and women of St. Pete Fire Rescue to serve the West Side well, it's no big secret that it's not exactly a modern public safety facility. In city government, there are always trade-offs. We balance priorities, we stretch resources, and we make sure that safety remains at the top of the list. And I will assure you that every council member here had this fire station at the top of their list for priorities since they started serving on city council. But good leadership also means recognizing when it's time to move forward. We owe it to our firefighters and to our residents to provide facilities that meet today's standards and tomorrow's needs. This new station does exactly that. It's an investment in public safety and resilience and the long-term strength of this community. Fire Station 2 will give our firefighters the space, the tools, and environment they need to work safely and effectively. It will support faster response times, improve working conditions, and continue to ensure our residents are protected for decades to come. I want to thank our leadership in the fire department, especially our chief, Keith Watts, for your guidance and partnership throughout this process. I also want to thank our engineering and capital improvements department for their hard work with Biltmore Construction and Wanamaker Jensen. The planning, design, and pre-construction work have been thorough and thoughtful. Most importantly, I want to thank the firefighters of St. Petersburg Fire Rescue for your courage, your commitment, and your unwavering willingness to put others first. Because of you, our city is safer, stronger, and better. And you deserve facilities that match the excellence of your service. You deserve a station that supports your health, your safety, and your ability to respond quickly when residents need you most. Thank you all for being here to celebrate this moment with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Chair Hanowitz. It is now my pleasure to introduce our Fire Rescue Chief, Keith Watts, to the podium to share remarks about this exciting project and what the new station will mean for our community. Chief.
Good morning. On behalf of St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, thank you for joining us today as we break ground on this new fire station number 2. I want to recognize our city leadership, community partners, and the residents whose support made this milestone possible. Today represents more than just the start of construction. It reflects our unwavering commitment to protecting this growing city. Fire Station number 2 is a critical hub for our emergency response, and this new facility is an investment in both operational readiness and the health and safety of our first responders. Designed for efficiency and longevity, this station will provide our teams with the modern tools they need to serve this neighborhood for decades to come. Projects of this scale require strong partnerships, and we are grateful for the to the architects, builders, and city teams who work behind the scenes to help make this a success. Most importantly, we thank you, the community, for your continued trust in our mission. Today we break ground on a foundation where our crews will train, prepare, and respond 24 hours a day to help those in need. We look forward to watching this project take shape and welcoming you all back to the official opening of these doors in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watts. Now it's time for the ceremonial groundbreaking. Mayor Welch, City Council members, and Chief Watts will now take the first shovels of dirt, symbolizing the official start of construction.
All right, we're gonna do it on 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. All right.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welch launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station, and then I'm downtown in less than an hour, and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists, and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine, and then it verticalizes it, so it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact, and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
We are actually here in South St. Pete to serve people that have a hard time, financial burden, and we have the mission of bringing healthcare accessible for all. And we have experiences that